Ah, piles of collected bodies. Seen this before, haven't I, Mr. Chompy?
Okay, just gotta make sure. I've definitely been over here before.
More meat will lure you in.
You're lucky I'm out of special juice. It's unlocked, bitch. Oh, come on. It wouldn't swap my fucking weapon. She played Joust by putting one of those impact grenades on a spear. Yeah, like that fucking... Was it Vietnam or Russians in World War II that were straight sprinting at things and then ramming it with the fucking explosive at the end of the stick? I think it was Russians. It was like a shape charge for tanks. You just like bayonet charge it. I was just here.
Piles of collected
Japan.
bodies.
Oh, okay.
Seen this before, haven't I?
I knew
Mr.
somebody
Chompy?
had something dumb design like that. 5, 6 machine pistol. 7 shotgun. Get out of my fucking face. Alright. If that bastard even thinks about trying that again, I'm gonna fucking blast his face.
More meat will lure you in. A pass. I should get a wallet for these. Or a grocery bag.
So hold on. You take a blow-up doll, remodel the hole, and that's cheating. That's infidelity.
No. Well...
How's that any different from some dollhouse ass?
'Cause the ass is meat, not latex. That's so hard to understand.
Meat, right. No
Using a
feeling going
fleshlight
on,
ain't
no
cheating.
thinking, no awareness.
Just like
just
using
empty.
dildos ain't
Might
cheating.
as well be latex. Masturbation, sophisticated kind. That's all it is.
Whoa. Fuck. Makes perfect sense, that.
I personally would have trouble with the whole doll process, though. Like, fleshlights and dildos are one thing,
What the?
but an actual human being used as a doll, that's a little different. What's up, bro?
Ah, you want to have a good time?
Nah, I'm good. You look dirty. Like, you need a shower. Take like a 4-hour shower, then maybe we'll talk after you like trim your hair and like put on some good clothes. Nice shoes though.
Don't pester me.
I'm so grumpy about it. I guess it's nothing else here. I really wish I grabbed that superhero landing perk. Oh wait, no, I think you need the Berserk in order to do that. I'm really not willing because the Sand Devastation is just too fun.
Piss off, slacker! Another fucking weasel.
Quick save.
Please don't! Don't hurt me!
Don't shoot!
Okay. I'd like some noodles, please.
I said I'd like some noodles, please, sir. Thank you. Is that wontons? Alright. What else we got? You ain't got no goddamn noodles? Fucking cocaine gives you nourishment. Alright, is this beans? No. Wait. Yeah, I'll take wontons then. Fuck. Asshole, you should have had some noodles. I don't know what we're walking into, so, you know, I haven't been eating enough like I should be. Oh, skull ring. That's kind of cool. Your own daily memento mori. Timeless classic for the faithful. Wontons and Nicola. Oh, silly me, I had some noodles in my bag. Clean yourself up, bitch.
Save yourselves!
Yeah, what he said. Oh, he shouldn't have been an asshole. All I was trying to do is buy some nudes.
See? Hello?
What's up? I like your hair.
No what? You got an interesting face. So was it surgery or?
Natural. Thank you. I grew it myself.
Got no money.
Reading.
All right. Fuck off.
Round 2. Fight. I pushed him over and he fell. What a pansy. Oh god, you're like a soccer player. Tweak your earlobe just right and just... You know, whatever. Anyways, we'll just sit down. Stop causing trouble. Yeah, if I could join the Mox crew, I would. It sounds fun. Later. Let's give this thing a try. Pretty decent speeds. Like, how did you get there? You see that shit? Fuck you. Cheating motherfucker, he spawned right in front of us. Grab one of the oil filters. Yeah, like legitimately. I don't think they make it in, you know, 556 or whatever it is. What runway? Like, I mean right here? I'm already here. Oh, there we go. Get back in there.
Don't think too much, kid. Just let them have it.
Yeah, decapitation spree. Woo, baby. Oh shit. Boo. Harrigan, you suck. When I find you, I'm gonna kick you in your shit. What you doing? You still stuck? Oh yeah, you are stuck. You're stuck in the lamp. Try running towards the corner back here, towards me. Like, you're... more left, more left. There you go. Like, right towards that window, too. Yeah, just sprint towards it. And then start jumping. It might let you free. Oh, you did something. You poofed. Did you go through the wall? Oh, okay, you teleported. Okay, I fully thought you sprinted so hard you got teleported through the wall. All right. But where'd it go? What the fuck just happened?
You did, but I escaped, and I have been plotting my revenge ever since.
Hey, super
And you
nice.
know how
See how much
revenge
damage I
is
can do to
best
this
served?
thing.
Oh,
Yes, I'm familiar with
Not
the
enough.
phrase. What deviously icy plant have you chilled up this time?
why, I've turned your car into an icebox, and with your engine in shambles, you won't be making it home tonight. And when you're late for work tomorrow, everyone will know your secret, and I do not mean the caveman type.
Ha! You silly little man. Do you think
What's
I
a
would
rad
be
toad?
prepared for such a
The fuck is
scenario?
that thing?
No, it can't be.
That's right.
Oh,
I
it's dead.
put Suprathaw antifreeze in this engine,
Damn, you hit
which
really
means lasting
hard.
protection from
Love it.
extreme conditions.
I want to be like you.
Like
I want to
the
one-tap
blast from
things
your
and look like
front
I'm using a
brake.
real gun.
Damn you, trophy man. Damn you, equatorial
what's
temperatures
that?
from now until the end of
Radio
time.
waves. Hi.
Don't damn me. Damn the good folks at Suprathaw. Their antifreeze really saved the day, and it can save you too.
This is there. Why is he trying to kiss me? I didn't consent to this.
You're telling me about that article on tooth decay.
Stop it.
That's right, Mrs. Carson. Leading scientists reported the same research. Cleaning teeth right after eating. The Superdent way stops tooth.
All right, how's it going, everyone? We're doing more Gamescom today, day 3. Let's get right over to it. Oh, wait, I think I have it muted. There we go. Oh, and sorry, one thing. I figured it out because I was watching on IGN's side. I wasn't seeing everything, including closed caption. That's why it wasn't working.
It's day 3 of our live coverage of Xbox Gamescom 2024, and there's so many games to talk about, Charlie, so let's dive in.
Let's get stuck in. We have games on games on games on games, including Metaphor Refantasio, the newest game from the minds behind Persona 3, 4, and 5. We're going to catch up with the team crafting the game and some of the iconic voices who bring it to life.
And then after that, we're going to be discovering what it takes to survive a plague of corrupting souls with Avowed, and then play as damned souls in 33 Immortals, which should be a great time.
Sounds like a lovely time, but now it's time to throw it
Avowed
over to
is the game
Bex with
I've
one of the
been
most
waiting for
anticipated
like
games of the
3
year.
years, I wanna say. Like I talk about it now and again, so y'all know about it.
Well, if like us, you have been humming the Indiana Jones theme since this next game was announced, then you just might be as excited as I am right now. Here to reveal as much as I can possibly pry out of them about Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, please welcome Machine Games Design Director Jens R. Anderson and Creative Director Axel Torvenius. Hi guys, how are you?
Hello, we're fine. Excited to be here.
Yeah, I'm super excited to be here with you and talking about Indy. Shall we dive into it?
Please.
First question I want to ask you guys. Obviously, this film franchise is incredibly iconic.
I'm starting to think
And
we shouldn't
how
have watched
did
the
the
IGN
game
one,
come about for you guys?
yesterday. 'cause it might
Yeah,
have
I
thrown
mean,
off what
it
we've
is a
seen
bit
and what we haven't
surreal,
seen.
right? We've been pinching ourselves throughout production. Is this happening? But it is, I promise. And so it all starts with, Todd Howard had been this, long-term vision and dream and ambition to do a new, interesting Indiana Jones game. He had the opportunity to pitch his core idea from a narrative point of view to Lucasfilm Games. they were also very excited about it.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Then
Paul's on
Todd
Lucas.
took the project to Machine Games, checking in. I think you're a good fit as a studio to do this, and you can imagine the screams of joy within the halls of Machine Games as we were giving the opportunity to work on it. So we are super thrilled.
Super thrilled indeed. I mean, thinking about how big it is and how excited you guys are, the thrill of that must be quite a feat to work with and develop as well. So how is the game prioritizing all of Indiana Jones's adventure from the films into the game?
It's really about putting you into the shoes of Indiana Jones, like allowing you to play out this fantasy. What would you do as Indiana Jones? And with that obviously comes the iconic whip, being able to solve mysteries, escape traps, and doing all these things that we know and love from this iconic hero.
Absolutely. I mean, I probably wouldn't choose the right chalice, but hopefully everything else in the game I'll have correct. It'll be fine. Speaking about the game then, let's talk about what the combat and maybe exploration will look like in Indiana Jones and the Great Circle.
So it all comes back to the character, you know, what could you do? So combat, you know, compared to, we come from a background of working on Wolfenstein for a really long game, like big double-wielding shotguns. This game is not that. This is much more adventure-focused game. So that means exploring more open-ended environments, having proper puzzles into the game that's challenging for the player to solve without you getting stuck, being able to scale the environment using your whip, but also, yeah, the combat. Like Indy is known for his knuckle-busting, brawler-style combat, so punching enemies in the face or even picking up a banjo and smashing them over the head. It's all about trying to recreate that really almost comedic matinee-style adventure.
Absolutely. At the end of the day, he is an archaeologist, but not quite BJ, but he does a good job with what's around him. Can't wait to get into that. Speaking of utilizing the environment, can we talk about the puzzles that we'll see in Indiana Jones and the Great Circle as well?
Absolutely. This is one of the kind of new type of features that we haven't done so much with before at Machine Games. So that was a really interesting challenge. And as I mentioned, we want to make real puzzles. We want you to be this kind of professor, archaeologist. So there's a lot of games, big games out there that kind of dumb down the puzzles for the sake of just making sure the player gets the full experience. We have tried really hard to just make them exciting to explore and build all these systems, like we have the camera and the journal to help you through the puzzle. You get to investigate and discover, and if you still do get stuck, you have the camera, you can pick it up, you can snap a photo of the puzzle, and Indy will provide a little clue what you need to do. You can take another one if you get deeper, so you don't have to go off to YouTube to see the solution.
Nice.
Also extremely important to try to hit the sweet spot of making sure that we have these complicated puzzles from a game mechanic point of view, but we also need to make sure that they feel like they fit within the environments, like it's an actual part of this ancient temple that you have discovered, that there's a contextual sense to it. So there's many different components, but we feel that we are in a very, very good sweet spot at the moment where it sits.
I believe in you too. I can't wait to see them. You know, speaking about ancient temples and things, obviously we see a whole bunch of iconic and interesting locations that Indy gets to travel to across the films too. Whereabouts in the game will us players get to explore and discover?
Yeah, so we have just the base narrative and the core story is already, it makes sure that we put the player on a global adventure. We get to visit a lot of different locations. The reasoning behind some of these locations is a twofold reason. One is, of course, that it fits the narrative, the story that we want to tell. The other one is also to make sure that we introduce new, interesting, exciting environments throughout the full campaign. So you will get this dynamic pacing of, wow, a jungle, a desert, mountains, you know, So we're really trying to make sure that that balance and that contrast feels exciting and thrilling at all times.
Yeah, that sounds great. I mean, a lot of us, I'm sure, me especially, I'm very excited to get my hands on that whip and take that out for a spin. Is there anything you want to share just now about whip wielding and how that can be used within the game too?
It's such an important feature. Like it's iconic for the character. So from day one, it's been incredibly important to get right, and we've had super talented engineers and animators working really hard to get the feeling of it feeling right. Like there's a mix of simulation, physical simulation in there. There's a mix of animation that takes over that allows you to do all these things that we want to do. You can attach it to things in the environment, pull them, use it to scale walls. It's also a combat tool, so really being able to use primarily as an entry point to combat is a very good use of the whip. You can use it to disarm someone, so you can turn around and then use it to pull an enemy into what we call clinch, so you can punch them. It's a very versatile tool, and getting that to feel right has taken a lot of work. We have the audio part of it. We actually
super important.
Yeah,
it's such an iconic part of Indiana Jones' character. So the amount of work from broad spectrum within the team that's been working on it and working hard to make sure that it is where it is today, it's been not an easy task.
We even brought in experts, like we went to visit the Swedish bullwhip champion and our audio team went there and rigged mics and everything so we could get the sound just right and see how it's actually being used.
Oh gosh, that must have been quite the day. I love that. Can't wait for that part personally. So let's talk about what it was like working with Lucasfilm. Obviously, absolutely synonymous with Indiana Jones and a lot of amazing IPs. What can fans expect in terms of authenticity in your game?
A lot. So speaking to the point of working together alongside with Lucasfilm Games has been extremely valuable and appreciated. We have been on a constant iterative basis with them, basically a weekly turn. We've been in contact with them. They are the experts of the IP, they are the experts of the franchise. So seeking their guidance sometimes and making sure that we are on the right path has been invaluable and a really good experience. And speaking to what fans can expect, there are two sides to that. For people that are fans of the franchise and fans of Indiana Jones, this is absolutely your fix. This is your Indiana Jones fix, right? But when it comes to, and it's might sound weird, there are people out there that do not know who Indiana Jones is. We are capturing them also, because at the heart and at the core of Indiana Jones and the franchise is a fantastic world of deep narrative and a great adventure. So there is something for everyone in there.
Amazing. I can't wait. That sounds so good. Well, guys, I would love to know if there are any parts of the film that you also emulate in the game, or if you could maybe share us a little bit of Easter eggs if you have any.
Well, it wouldn't be a proper Easter egg if we spoiled it ahead of launch, so you have to play it for yourself. But as Axel said, there's a wealth of indie trivia and lots of really cool things to discover in the game. So
if you know type thing.
You will not be disappointed if you're into that.
Amazing. Well, guys, thank you so much for chatting with me today. Finally, last question. When can we get our hands on Indiana Jones and the Great Circle?
December 9th.
Okay, Christmas wish list sorted then. Very good and very nice. Jens, Axel, thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your Gamescom. It's been such a pleasure chatting all things indie. I shall don my hat now as well. I think that's only right. And remember, you can pre-order your copy of Indiana Jones and the Great Circle ready for December 9th. Excitement has been building for this next RPG since it was announced back in 2016. Now, this brainchild of some of the minds behind the Persona series is nearly ready to launch. Enjoy this look at Metaphor Re Fantasio.
Only the one who has earned the people's support is fit to be king.
People may struggle to trust a king whose face they do not know.
I want to protect this country and its people.
The city of Rhylehaven.
If you get rid of the culprit, I will appeal to the people of this town to support you.
More public support, bigger face on the rock.
Traveling from one nation to another, well, there's all sorts of life-threatening danger on the way.
Can you smell it? There's change in the air. Looks like we've got Sanctifex Forden in the lead, and Count Luis hot on his trail.
You dreamt of utopia. You saw the tribes united as one.
There are a lot of people in the crowd who have never supported you. How are you going to respond to them?
Looks interesting, but also not quite my bad. But if you guys like
ゲームズコムにご来場の皆さん、こんにちは。メタファーリファンタジオディレクターの橋野桂です。本日はご参加いただきありがとうございます。ただいま2024年10月11日の世界同時リリースに向けて最終調整に挑んでおり、現地へ行くことができずとても残念です。今日は私からこれまで皆さんからいただいている応援コメントや感想とともに本作の魅力をいくつかご紹介させていただきます。まずは皆様にご注目いただいている本作のあらすじについてです。メタファーは本作の舞台であるユークロニア王国の王が殺されるところから物語が始まります。この世界では王族や権威のある人物が王になることが主流でしたが、突如国民から最も人気を得た人物が次の王になることができるという王選挙魔法が発動され、物語が大きく進んでいきます。現代風に言えば選挙のようなものでしょうか。主人公は王を目指し旅をします。いろいろな場所に赴き、さまざまな人々と出会い成長を重ねます。もちろん主人公以外にもさまざまな種族の人物が立候補します。一番人気になれば誰でも王になれるわけですから、とんでもない公約を掲げる人も出てきますし、ユニークな戦いや騒動が繰り広げられることになります。選挙をめぐる物語をぜひゲームの中で体験してみてください。次にユーザーの皆様からは、主人公が王を目指す道中で楽しめる旅体験への高い関心を寄せていただいています。今作はさまざまな経験や出会いが主人公の王の資質を成長させます。どんな行動も無駄にはならず主人公の成長につながる、これは非常に重要なポイントです。凱旋車での移動の最中、仲間とチェスのようなゲームを楽しむこんな何気ない仲間との交流からも、主人公は王に一歩近づくことになります。また舞台であるユークロニア王国のさまざまなロケーションにも多くのご注目をいただいています。旅の道中で訪れる街や雄大な自然では多彩なアクティビティを体験することができます。モンスター退治のサブクエストはもちろん、ある街ではクリフダイビングを楽しむことも可能です。メインストーリーを進めると後から開放されるアクティビティもありますので、プレイヤーの皆さんはぜひいろいろな場所を巡っていただけると嬉しいです。それらゲームの中での選択一つ一つが仲間たちとの絆を育み、主人公の成長につながります。どのような日々を過ごすのかはプレイヤーの皆さん次第です。さまざまな楽しみ方ができるようこだわって作っていますので、ぜひ楽しみにお待ちいただけると幸いです。そして予約購入をしていただくと冒険をより楽しむための豪華な特典がゲットできますので、ぜひ事前予約をしてください。最後に本作の特徴を一つお話しします。 メタファーでは会
Now
話
I'm
中
gonna
プ
say
レイ
this
ヤーが
after
選んだ選
pre-ordering
択肢を主人公がボイス付きで喋り
one
ます。
game in the
こ
last
れは
7
私が
years.
これまでに作ってき
Space
たペ
Marine
ルソナ
2,
5など
obviously.
の作品よりもさらに
Do
主
not
人公
pre-order
に個性
game
を与えたかったためです。
unless you know it's gonna
プ
be
レイしてい
worth
くう
it.
ちに親近感と愛着
So the
が
people
増し
that
て
are
いた
always
だ
like,
けるよ
oh,
う
please
こだわっ
pre-order
て
it.
作りました。ぜひ新たな主人公を愛していただけると大変嬉しく思います。
Fucking up, bud.
それでは Xbox チームにお戻しします。ありがとうございました。
We've just heard from the developers. Now let's meet some of the voices of Metaphor Refantasio. Joining me now are Kristen Atherton and Stuart Clark. Thanks so much for joining us here at Gamescom. How are you finding it so far?
Oh, mate, it's been overwhelming in the best possible way. Like, I've never been to an event like this,
I like
which
this hair.
it's like
fun.
gaming theme park.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like every
Can't tell
area
if
is
it's gelled
themed.
enough.
I'm looking at the World of Warcraft section now, and it's just like
Look at him
it
yelling,
looks like
though,
this
like
themed
his veins are
attraction.
getting all
People
crazy.
Are queuing. They've got incredible rides. There's games. Like I just want to go out and explore. Like as soon as this is done, I just want to go and I want to find some cool things to go and go experience.
I mean, you walk in for the first time and it's just, you almost want to just stand and take it in. It's just a spectacle.
Yeah.
And people walking around in costumes, you know, I want to stop every single person and go, you look incredible. Wait, you look incredible. It's such a wonderful atmosphere. We're having such a brilliant time.
Yeah, it's one of the best things, just wandering around the booth, seeing all the games. But let's talk about your game, because both of you play some incredible characters, right, in the game. Stuart, do you want to start off with who you're playing and tell us about your character?
I can totally start, yeah. Okay,
Oh, yeah,
so
okay,
I play Leon Stroll, who is your first ally. He is your brother in arms, your ride or die, your main man, your special dude. I'm running out of ways to describe it, but he is like your first and foremost. Runs in very early. He is like a country noble who, basically, he's a man of the people. He's got this idealized version of what a noble should be, how a noble should act, how they should interact with the world. And it's an idealism that isn't always matched by the world that he exists within. And he butts up against that a lot. And I think it's so refreshing for him to find the protagonist and for them to share this kind of forged in fire experience early on, where they find that their ideals align and their motivations align, and he is able to join him as that first ally. Like his mouth gets ahead of him sometimes.
Yeah.
He's forthright. He will. If he doesn't like you, he'll tell you. And if there's a grudge, he's going to keep that grudge. But if you're on the right side of him, he is your best friend.
It sounds like everyone needs a Stroll in their life.
I think so. I think so.
I agree.
Kristen, what about your character?
Well, if you need a Stroll, you certainly need a Hulkenberg. Iselin Hulkenberg is, she was a knight originally, and she was the bodyguard of the royal family, the prince, and she sort of carries this extraordinary sense of honor and of her duty to the royal family. And when we meet her, she has this enormous wound because she was not able to protect the royal family in their hour of need. And so when we meet her, you get a feeling of she needs to redeem herself. You know, she needs to prove that she is the great knight, the great warrior, and she has your back. She is front and center. You want Hulkenberg to be fighting your corner. She takes herself very, very seriously. She's maybe not the person you want to play a practical joke on, because she will not get it. However, you do want to go to a bar with her and eat some weird food, because she likes her weird food.
Weird? What kind of weird food are we talking about?
I mean, I don't want to drop any spoilers, but basically...
Huge spoilers. Huge spoilers.
Oh yeah.
Hulkenberg's cuisine.
Yeah. I don't want to ruin her maybe one joke of the entire game, but yeah, she will eat what pretty much no one else will eat.
That is fair enough. It's pretty much me at Gamescom. I was just going there going like, oh, what have we got? Like, going around the town.
Yeah.
But one of the hardest things I find when with any prep for building these characters is, what are you given beforehand? Are you shown like images? Are you kind of given extra details so that when you're going to build this character, what's the approach for you?
That's a good question.
Yeah, it is a good question. Honestly, Benny, it can vary massively from project to project in terms of where you are in the recording process when the game's being developed. So it might be that you come in further along and there's so many assets. You can see full cutscenes. You're getting a full rendition of the world, or it can go completely the other way, and you're basically performing to an Excel spreadsheet, and everything is having to be conjured by your brain. I think with this one, it was sort of an in-betweeny stage where, when we started the project, there was very little. There was like nothing to go on. I remember Scott, the localization director, was sort of describing these things, describing humans, human monsters, and I was like, okay, yeah, right, I get it. Do you get that? Yeah, yes, Stu, yeah, I get it. I didn't really get it. But then the assets start coming in, and you start seeing these animatics, these cutscenes. There we go, there's one. And you start to see the scale. You start to understand, like, oh, wow, this is not what I pictured. These are not traditional monsters. This is not a traditional fantasy world. It's when the assets did start coming in, and especially when we started dubbing cutscenes and stuff like that, then I started to go, oh, this is different. This is like a different experience, fantasy-wise, to anything that I've done before.
A lot of the monsters, they're almost like Hieronymus Bosch kind of, creations. They look sort of beautiful and terrifying at the same time. I don't know about you, when I auditioned for Hulkenberg, I was given, this is what she looks like, and a lot of kind of descriptive, kind of characteristics. And very quickly, I look at that and go, well, I look nothing like that. So you have to really imagine, you have to pretend every time you're in the booth. One of my directions was, you've got a six-pack on, your armor is a six-pack. And, I'm a sweet little English rose, so stuff like that helps me massively.
No, it must be a lot of fun, though, getting into those roles, because they're, like, as you said, such different characters to what you've done in the past. Yes,
100%. There are a couple of moments in the game that are huge battles, especially for a character like Hulkenberg, and I'm quite an extra performer. I like going big, and a lot of the directions that I kept being given was, Kristen, you're very good at fighting these battles. Things hurt less. Do less. There are a couple of moments, again, I don't want to spoil, big dramatic moments where I was screaming, and the performance directors are going, Kristen, less.
It's always said, though, it's better to go less than be like, oh, more. Because
100%.
That's what one of the things I've always seen is, like, if you've got more, you can kind of like take that step back and kind of get what you are after.
Yeah, good point. I didn't get any do less direction. So what I'm hearing is that Stroll feels every attack, and he feels it a lot. The Hulkenberg can like take it, and Stroll is like, oh gosh.
Bad ass. Needs work.
Also, with it like being a voice recording and going and voice work, when you're going into that and you're kind of prepping to do the recordings, because like even backstage we're doing like little warm-ups in the morning, like with like the whole Xbox team that are doing the hosting, like doing like red lorry, yellow lorry, green lorry, like bite my burger, all this like stupid stuff. Right, is there anything particularly you were doing to get yourself into the like kind of like mindset before recording, or like any prep?
Okay, less of a vocal exercise, but I tell you what I did do throughout the recording process was that the studio was a little bit outside of London, so I always had a train journey to go. And I played through the entire of Xenoblade Chronicles 3 on my Switch because it just got me in that kind of RPG mindset of like listening to other voice actors, enjoying what they're doing, feeling inspired, and getting me in that zone. So that was kind of my prep, was more of a mental prep of just like getting you into the world of like fantasy, JRPG, that kind of thing. I found that actually really, really helped me.
Yeah. No, I like to listen to computer game soundtracks when I'm on my way. It's very tempting. You're walking around, South London, and you hear this epic music in your ears, and you're like, I am a warrior. Yes, all of you should fear me. And actually, as soon as you take the music out, you're like, I am not fearsome or scary. But yeah.
Honestly, it's been so much fun, like just kind of like seeing how you approach these characters in the world, and I can't wait to play the game myself as well. So thank you so much for both of you coming and joining us, and like finding about the process and hearing about your characters. And a big thank you, and I hope you enjoy the rest of Gamescom and get a chance to get around the booth as well. So remember as well, the epic story of Metaphor ReFantazio unfolds when the game launches October 11th. So check out the pre-order and get ready for the adventure. But coming up, the team from 33 Immortals stopped by to help us join the rebellion in this unique 33-player co-op. And later, we give you the ultimate booth experience with an Avowed demo only seen here at Gamescom. And remember, Avowed will be available on Game Pass day one. So get ready, and a great way to get ready is to take advantage of an offer from Xbox Game Pass. Get new games on day one like Call of Duty Black Ops 6 on October 25th. Play some of the biggest games of the year and also unlock partner benefits from Riot Games and EA Play. And if you're not already a Game Pass member, you can join right now and get your first month of PC Game Pass for $1 or €1. This offer won't last long, so act now. But also, now we turn to a nutty puzzle platformer that trades acorns for ammunition. Welcome to the wild world of Squirrel with a Gun.
My name is Dan D'Entremont, game director for Squirrel with a Gun, the game where you play as the neighborhood's most obnoxious rodent, committing crimes and causing mayhem in pursuit of golden acorns. And I'm so excited to share a bit about what makes this nutty sandbox shooter and puzzle platformer so special. The core of Squirrel with a Gun is in its nutty sandbox gameplay. We had to make sure the gameplay was as crazy as the concept. You play as an unhinged animal as it wreaks havoc on the world around you as you explore and complete hidden objectives. You can be a nice squirrel and ask for snacks and pose for photos. You might get some rewards for wholesome interactions, like helping a bride find her missing groom, shooting some hoops, going on a little water adventure, and heading to the skate park to show off some tricks. But you can also choose to be a nuisance, pestering the community, like running them over with your little RC car, giving someone a shave riding the drone, doing a showdown with Wild Will the cowboy. There are so many different ways you can interact with people in this game, and a lot of hidden side quests to complete with the NPCs in exchange for the highly desirable golden acorns. Regular acorns and the rare golden acorns are used as currency to unlock new weapons or other interactable items, like your RC car. This game also has a lot of clever puzzle platforming. Not only do you jump and climb around like a normal squirrel would, but because this squirrel is often equipped for combat, you can use a gun's recoil to boost its jumps.
That's funny.
This feature is utilized in various ways based on which gun you are holding, and sometimes you need a specific weapon to help you navigate a puzzle. For example, you wouldn't be able to get the acorn on top of this roof without a shotgun to blast you up there. We had a lot of fun making each puzzle super unique. There's a minefield that you have to sneak through to get the rewards on the other side. The neighborhood itself has all sorts of backyard puzzles, like getting some air with bouncy umbrellas, or getting low in the crawlspace maze. Some of them can get a little crazy. You can take to the sky on a bouncy castle, and head underwater to get some rewards.
I really want to play this.
Let's take a quick pause in the gameplay to show off some cosmetics.
Like, I really liked
style
Goat
up our
Simulator
squirrel.
back in the day.
My
and
favorite
that's,
outfit is the diving
kind of in
suit
that
because it
similar
lets you
vein
explore a hidden underwater
of
cave
weird
that you
animal
otherwise wouldn't
shenanigans.
have access to. A few of the cosmetics even have tactical effects. Wearing a bomb suit will reduce explosive damage, and the sparkler hat can light propane tanks on fire. And of course, you can't have a squirrel with a gun without the gun. There's 7 different weapons to unlock in the game,
Just straight
each
up
with its
like
own unique
freaking
takedown
Neo.
and jump boost. You can learn more about them by watching our previous Arsenal trailer. Each one is a blast. I hope you learned a little something about how squirrels can wield weapons and cause chaos. And I can't wait for all of you to get your paws on this passion project of ours.
Bosses in Path of Exile 2 come about 2 major ways. You obviously have the more traditional approach where you create a narrative and you design a boss around that narrative.
No noose this time. I'll remove your head myself!
Kind of looks like Diablo.
The second way, which I think is something that can be very unique and create some of the more interesting encounters, is letting the creative genius of our artists do what they need to do. They can come up with something completely abstract, and this is how you get some of the most awesome things, because all of a sudden it can be something with 100 tentacles, or 9 limbs, or no limbs, or 1,000 teeth, or none, and obviously things that aren't even in my imagination.
Oh, plus there's guns. This looks like something I would
boss
actually
in
play.
Path of Exile 2 ultimately is the culmination
Oh, is this
of
Exiled?
decades of experience, making hundreds, if not thousands, of bosses in its predecessor, taking all that knowledge together, and puts it in a package that delivers the best of what could possibly be of boss encounters in an action RPG environment with bosses that are utilizing Souls-like mechanics.
This isn't Path of Exile, is it? Looks really good. I always wanted to play Path of Exile.
Despite the fact there's over 100 bosses and more to come, a lot more to come, every single boss fight is completely unique, hand animated from scratch. It is designed from scratch, it is balanced from scratch, and it doesn't reuse a single asset in our library or anything like that. One of the main challenges balancing boss fights in Path of Exile 2, especially compared to
It
its
is Path of
predecessor,
Exile.
you
Okay.
have to, in a single attempt, reduce the boss from full life to 0 in order to then progress through. If a player cannot defeat them now, then they're stuck. It is very, very important to us that Path of Exile bosses, mechanics, especially around telegraphing, feels fair to the user.
Okay.
As opposed to them being cheated out of something when they happen to die. We want to make sure that hitboxes are accurate, and of course, when something hits you, it feels like it hits you.
The first one felt more like D&D. This
Ultimately
looks
makes it
like
feel
it's more
that
like
much more
a mixture
satisfying
of
when you kill it, and you feel that much more
Diablo
pride when you
and
are able to overcome something difficult,
bullet
knowing
hell.
that the game hasn't robbed you of this thing.
Which is cool.
At the end of the day, you want to see that healthy balance where some people are struggling, and you want to see that moment, that second-hand moment where someone overcomes that challenge and is so happy for doing so. And so I'm looking forward to that.
Ooh, crush his own face. Love it. Something I've been saying for a while, like, there was like not a lot of violence into the 90s up until like 2002
Experience,
or
we
so.
have been giving away prizes.
And then there was
all
hyper violence for a
week.
minute
And
there.
now
Then
it's
we're
time
back in
once
a bit
again
of
for
less
one of you
violence in
lovely
video
lot
games, and now we're
to
starting to
win
get back into hyper
something
violence, which I
truly
appreciate.
awesome. That sounds
Gore makes
like
me
music
happy in
to your
games.
ears. Then head over to twitch.tv/Xbox for your chance to win the Riffmaster wireless guitar. It's so perfect to play music like a true rock star in Fortnite Festival, and of course, it's compatible on
What is
Fortnite
Fortnite
Festival
Festival?
across
Is that a
Xbox Series
Rock
X
Band-like
and
game?
Xbox Series S consoles. Now head to chat and rock on. Okay, now it's time to catch up with the minds behind Wu Chang Fallen Feathers and take a look at a never-before-seen piece about the inspiration behind this epic title.
大家好，我是林哲科技的创始人之一，也是明末冤虚之语的制作人夏世远。林哲是一家位于成都的游戏公司。成都有非常丰富的历史底蕴和传统文化，这里有神秘的三星堆，有脍炙人口的三国故事，也有大量的历史建筑和文物。我们在这片土地上生活和工作。作为游戏从业者，我们很希望能够把这些独特的东西带给大家。游戏的故事背景设定在明朝末年的1647年，张献忠刚死，川蜀地区正迎来它最黑暗的时期。由于战乱和羽化病的出现，这个地区就变得非常的险恶。我们为羽化病撰写了属于它自己的架空历史，从蜀王杜宇时代起，经历了汉唐、宋末以至明末。每逢战乱的时候，羽化病就会出现。我们把这些信息分散到了游戏的只言片语当中，以及游戏的场景叙事当中，力求拉近这个架空世界和玩家之间的距离。 而无常作为主角，他需要在这些传说中寻找复活妹妹的线索，而在这个过程当中，玩家和主角都会逐渐去接近整个事情的真相。明朝末年在四川地区的战乱、瘟疫的混乱和这种破败的背景，其实和我们的游戏类型是极为契合的。我们希望把更多诸如胡金铨武侠电影的质感和这种黑暗的背景做结合，利用这种强烈的冲突去创造出独特的美术氛围。在这种美术的基调之上，我们就可以通过更多的非线性的关卡设计，或者说是包括一些垂直的关卡设计，去增强冲击力，然后去做更多的场景叙事，营造一种故事感，让玩家能够在体验游戏的时候沉浸其中，或者说是让玩家在游戏中每走的一步路都能够感觉到这个世界是活着的。当然，明末作为一款架空世界的游戏，我们依然希望能够给玩家呈现一个具有明末特色的游戏体验。为了实现这一点，玩家将在游戏中邂逅大量历史中存在的或大或小的人物，比如像张献忠及其4大义子，拉近玩家和传说之间的距离。通过这种大背景下人的抉择，去展现人性中的光明面，把更多关于传统武侠的概念的思考留给玩家。游戏开始的时候，其实给玩家提供了一个容错率非常高的区域，允许玩家慢慢的熟悉游戏当中的一些独特的机制。玩家会跟随无常的视角，发现自己回到了阔别已久的故乡。玩家需要帮助无常去寻找失去的记忆，与游戏中遇到的各种各样的角色进行对话互动。但是在前期，玩家可能不会意识到，前期的每一个抉择其实都是非常关键的。游戏前期其实，为接下来的旅程制造了大量的悬念和铺垫。我们相信这会勾起玩家的好奇心。随着游戏剧情的深入，特别是到了游戏的后期，玩家会产生一种恍然大悟的感觉。实体扫描是一个非常好的方案，因为扫描技术可以把时间的痕迹很好的记录下来。四川还有周边地区存在着大量的明代古建筑以及少数民族的建筑和村落。我们为了去把属于那个时代的特征带给大家，大量使用了像激光扫描仪、相机、无人机等各种各样的设备，去获取物体表面复杂的几何信息，从而生成这些复杂的模型，让它们能够进到游戏当中。这样的话，玩家就能够在游戏中行走在这些过去的时间当中了。战斗方面，我们为了做出一些自己的东西，从电影和传统武术中吸取了大量的灵感，设计了很多武器和流派机制，让游戏的核心战斗在不偏离本味的基础之上，能够更加的具有动作性和策略性。比如，我们的双刀就借鉴了武侠电影。双刀的部分招式在和对方拼刀的过程当中，能够偏斜对方大部分的伤害，并且造成伤害。但是如果这个时候玩家的体质太弱，那么则无法续航。所以说这个时候一般会选择一些 T 技作为组合，去弥补核心机制的不足，进而这种不同的搭配就会造成玩家各种各样的 build。我个人其实比较关注玩家在战斗中和怪物的交互和反馈机制。所以说，在战斗系统的核心设计方面，我们强化了战斗方式的多样性和策略性，针对不同的招式，这应该说是针对不同的怪物的招式，设计了更多的解法，力求丰富玩家的战斗体验。武术指导在参与项目的过程中，会根据游戏的动作去进行包装，然后最终确保效果是符合预期的。我们的动画师将根据武术指导的设计，再进行2次调整和制作，这样最终游戏的动作就可以在游戏性和观赏性中间取得一个比较好的平衡。
Unless you're blocking, then yeah, aim for the weapon. But you should be blocking while attacking, so you should.
当然，首先很高兴能够时隔数年再和广大玩家见面。这个宣传片的主题其实是说从人堕落成怪物。这个主题更多是希望表达游戏中的一个主旨，就是一切的力量都是 等价交换，玩家也会随着无常的旅程，看到游戏中大大小小的人物为了自己的执念染指了未知的力量，造成了非常可怕的后果。然后宣传片中出现的 BOSS 其实和无常是有血缘关系的，游戏中家庭的这个主题也将在这个人物的剧情中得到体现。随着距离我们2025年的发售日越来越近，我们还会陆续给大家带来更多的内容。感谢大家的关注和支持，我们会和文路 Games 一道紧密合作，尽快把更多的内容带给大家。
It was one of our favorite titles when it was announced last year, and now it continues to make headlines in the run-up to release. Here with what fans can expect from 33 Immortals, we have Thunder Lotus producer Nicolas Godin. Bienvenue à la Gamescom.
Ah, merci. Ça va très bien. Thank you very much. Gamescom is awesome. Your booth is awesome. It's very impressive.
And you actually were here last year with 33 Immortals on our Gamescom stage.
Yes.
But yeah, it's been a year, it's been a minute. Could you give us a refresher on the ABCs?
I'll give you a little recap. So 33 Immortals is a co-op action roguelike game where you join the fight with 33 players with you. And then the goal is to fight masses of monsters and epic bosses.
This looked really cool
and all that in a raid, pick up and raid. It's how we call it, the pick up and raid vibe, where we want to give this raid accessible take for players. Like low key, low effort, you just join in and you fight all together.
Play how you want.
And Phil Spencer is a fan. We know that.
We are very happy to mention that Phil was our first community member since he played last year. But to be fair, he was really nice with us. He played with us. He was very. He's our fan. We love him, and it was a good moment with him last year.
And you got community testing now under your belt as well. So could you tell us more about the reactions?
Yes, it was interesting throughout the whole year. We had a closed alpha and a closed beta. For the closed beta, we were very surprised. We had around 47,000 players. We weren't expecting this at all, but we are very grateful and happy to have all these players joining in. And it was nice because we also had a survey in it, and we asked them, would you recommend that game? You know, this classic, would you recommend it? And we were very happy to hear that 94% of them would recommend it. So for us, it was clearly a big success.
A lot of shit going on in a good way.
Thank you.
So it kind of reminds me of WoW raids,
those
but way
community
prettier.
testings can be very revealing. So what did you learn about that for your game, and how does your team evolve things before release?
In the chaos.
Indeed, we learned a lot. First of all, we confirmed that our core game mechanic is working very well. The fact of playing with 33 players as a big group in the world, at boss fight, it was a good success. People appreciated all the co-op mechanics. The boss fight, again, they were very appreciated. And also, it's something very TLG-like. It's that we know we have gorgeous art, like gorgeous animation, gorgeous art everywhere. It's really our tagline when you talk about Thunder Lotus, and we respect that and people appreciate that. It was very good. On the other hand, we also had tons of feedback, and that was good because we needed feedback, obviously. And we know that we have to still work on the combat. The combat is such a big thing in our game. We want to make it more snappy. We're also going to work on some tutorials at the beginning to make it more clear for players. We want to work also again on some communication features we have in game. We'll pimp them up to make sure that people have all the tools to communicate with each other very easily. And the last of it is also all about the difficulty. We want to make sure that every player will be able to jump in and enjoy the game with the right difficulty level. Right now, it was a bit too difficult.
So yes, and especially raids can be very difficult. They can be very demanding, sometimes elite. And do you have a different approach on that in the game?
But you said it exactly. Raids in games, people will have the conception that you really have to dedicate yourself. You have to take time. You have to grind and make your character more powerful. Have a group that will show up at the same time. We want to take another vibe at this. We want to make sure that people can just open the console, go in our Darkwoods hub, equip a weapon, equip beautiful capes and ornaments because that's important. And then just jump in. And the second you're in the world, you are with 32 other players and you play together. This is really our take on the pick up and raid, and we wanted to make sure that the game will be easy to access, but yet still be challenging. And this is our biggest challenge, I would say, because it's easy to make just a game that is very easy, but it still has to be fun, challenging to the player. So this is really our focus in the past few months, where we want to make sure that our game will be perfectly balanced for this, yet very accessible.
I love that. Accessibility is so important. But I remember you talked about the tutorials. Did anybody beat the tutorials, actually?
It's a funny moment. So we know that at tutorials, we have this kind of torture chamber where you have to die. We want you to die to just stop this and go to the yeah, it's like you can keep going. But someone was able to just survive the whole thing, and it was very impressive to see this. Some people are very dedicated, and props to these players because we love them a lot. But he did manage to die at some point, I guess, otherwise he wouldn't keep going in the game, but that's it. We have very dedicated players for this, and he made it.
I love that story. So he made the impossible possible.
Every players will always show us that everything is possible.
But you also got something new coming up, a new realm. Can you tell us more about that?
Yes, exact. So in the beta, in the closed beta, we introduced a new world, which is about Purgatorio. So right now, just as a little reminder, when you join the game, you start in Inferno. This is where you'll play with 32 players. And then when you join Purgatorio, it's a smaller zone, so it's 22 players, and it's going to be it's going to be way much more rough. It's more challenging and demanding.
It's the kind of thing where it's like you still need the 33, but you ain't got them.
There's a lot of like ashes everywhere. It's clearly another mood. A lot of like monastery and like abandoned places everywhere. But the biggest thing about Purgatorio is the fact that the monsters are all different. In Inferno, we have a roster of monster with variation. In Purgatorio, we have a whole different monster-like roster. And what's cool with them is that we introduce more co-op mechanic between them. So we have monsters that are able to eat each other. So they can be a pain sometimes in some fights. They have some that can slow players down. They have some that can make other monsters invulnerable for a short time. So we wanted to challenge
I always like
the player
games that let there be
to make sure that they will use all the roles of the different weapons
and things
in an efficient way, and just challenge them in a different way with the other worlds.
There's
so a lot of diversity, a lot to explore and watch out for, definitely.
Yes, exact. And by the way, please note that they are support, but they will still hurt you because yes, it's about dying again.
I see what the whole thing is about your game.
We're very sorry.
We talked about the beta moments ago. Will some of those insiders see evolution in the game?
Yes, and what's nice is that when you play a zone, you have access to a big boss fight at the end. Inferno was a Lucifer boss fight, which was very exciting. And for Purgatorio, we go with an Adam and Eve fight in the Garden of Eden.
Oh, that's fun.
It was, we weren't sure to push it out, but the goal was to have feedback on the gameplay. So when we put it out, it was very rough. It was all pink and placeholder with rough animations, and it was very fine with us because we wanted gameplay on feedback on gameplay.
It's more about
which we did.
Yeah.
And then right now we are working a lot to make sure that all the official assets for Adam and Eve will be like completely done, and we'll have tons of more info about the fight soon. But they're gonna look great. Animation will be done. VFX will be done. It's gonna be pretty nice.
I can really feel that your heart is beating for the community and the feedback. So if anybody else wants to join, how do we keep up with 33 Immortals?
Well, the team is very dedicated. So I just want to say a big props, camera.
Yes, please.
Like team, we love you. We are at Thunder Lotus. The team is like 20 people, and other people at the office always help with us. And really props to you, and props to all the players that help us with these different phases. We love you. Keep coming back. And if you want to keep contact with us in the game, first of all, join 33immortals.com. Follow us to have news on newsletter and the different phases that will come in. And also, we also started Xbox Insider playtest on this weekend. It's going to start right now. So for those who are on the Insider ring, please join the fight and have fun with us.
Well, hopefully you can enjoy some more of Gamescom. Thank you so much for coming, Nicolas.
Au revoir. Au revoir. Merci. Dankeschön.
De rien. Sign up at 33immortals.com to keep an eye out for 33 Immortals coming to Xbox Game Pass day and date. Coming up, we found out the latest from the Space Marine series. Then we've got two gameplay presentations you just gotta see. But first, it's the prequel to the fan-favorite real-time tactics series Commandos.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Xbox booth.
Over 50 titles and experiences means this booth is huge.
Yeah, so huge that we had to do a part 2 of our tour. So why don't you show everybody Towerborn, and I'll go find out what else is on the booth.
Come on, join me. This is Towerborn, a 4-player co-op game you can enjoy here at the booth. So make sure to bring some friends with you, because there are going to be some amazing boss battles as well. Make sure to check this out. By the way, where's Henry at?
Over here, our fans get to experience Microsoft Flight Simulator like a proper pilot. We've got the yoke, we've got the rudder set up. From personal experience, this is definitely the way to play it. And we also brought along World Update 18,
now they have fighters,
a brand new
and
plane
stuff
for them to check out. Looks sick.
No Xbox Gamescom without Forza Horizon. And we got a new Day 1 announcement with Hide and Seek. Fans at the booth can already play this new mode. And they can also check the latest Nike collab. Fans at home can play the latest mode on September 10th.
Over here is the perfect opportunity for fans of Fallout 76 or that recent TV show to grab a great snap in front of this iconic vault door. But follow me inside because I've got something to show you. Now, the Skyline Valley update's been available for a little bit of time, but here at Gamescom,
I completely forgot about that. I should really play it.
Upcoming update, Milepost 0.
Welcome to the Here
You know
to
what?
Help
That means I can wait.
Accessibility
I'll wait till
Desk.
that.
We are dedicated to have you all play. Whether on our broadcast or around the booth, we have multi-language interpreters. We have wheelchair accessible ramps and also stuff to set up the Xbox Adaptive Set. We have the World of Warcraft booth with a great VR wheelchair experience, so make sure to check this out.
Oh, that's really cool.
We have great audio descriptive tours as well. We also show you the new joysticks and make sure to check out and maybe customize your own thumbsticks.
Over here, we've got the Avowed Theatre experience, which is really cool because our fans get a VIP walkthrough of some never-before-seen gameplay. Right after that, they can also cast some spells and whatever they're doing.
Are you ready for the pirate party experience? Then check out the Sea of Thieves booth here at Gamescom. We have a chicken present. You can win some loot. Can you imagine to control an ever-evolving nation? Then Ara History Untold is your game. Fans can choose between different historical figures. You can
Why is he
build
using the
and
mouse
explore,
like that? Like,
but
I actually had to
choose
look over
wisely,
and see how he's
because
doing
this
it.
world
He's like
is
touching it
yours
and
now.
tapping it with his
Understandably, this
thumb
next
and
section
pinky
is so popular,
instead
I
of
couldn't even
actually
get
like
too close
holding
to
it
We've
and
got
moving
the
it
first
around.
Starfield expansion, Shattered Space, right next to the first
he's
Indiana
scared of the
Jones
mouse.
game since 2011, all wrapped up into one beautiful theatre experience for our fans to see. There's a lot for them to check out behind those walls.
Xbox is all about the fans. And at this community hub, you can get up close and personal with your favorite games and even
I don't really
some of
read
the
German
voices
anymore,
of your
so.
favorite characters. So make sure to check the schedule, enjoy, and have fun at the booth.
And no Gamescom would be complete without some swag. And our gear shop has got everything you could ever want across so many of our different franchises. We've got stuff for Fallout, Diablo, World
I
of
really want a
Warcraft, Call of
Fallout
Duty.
backpack at
I'm
some
going to go
point.
fill my bags up, and we'll just see what the rest of the show has in store for us.
I might just make one myself. I'm so bad at those stealth games. And if this is what I think it is, it looks cool, but I would want someone else to play for me. I think it's like Commandos or something, I forget. Like, I just don't have the patience for it. I would rather like an XCOM-like game in a way. Oh, okay, because they haven't executed it yet. I was wondering. I don't even know what happened up there. I wasn't paying attention. I'm guessing someone threw a knife or something. They had a Stargate kind of stealth game like this out recently, and I was just so bad at it. And again, I saw that as like a main consensus for a lot of people. Like, it was so tough. Yeah, seeing someone who actually knows what they're doing with it, great. Fantastic. But when I played, I just get annoyed. Hey, it is Commandos, okay. Classic games, that's just, I was always
And
bad at
that
those
was
sorts.
Commando's origin. I'm pretty good, didn't it?
Sick.
Now, to Warhammer 40k Space Marine. Henry, did you know it was released back in 2011? Now, 13 years later, Space Marine 2 is nearly ready to make landfall. Here with more, please welcome Saber Interactive's Chief Creative Officer, it's
And they're
Tim
bringing back the
Willits. How you doing,
multiplayer, which
Tim?
makes
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Are you having a good Gamescom so far?
This has been a great Gamescom, and the reception on the game has been great.
Amazing, wonderful. We got some questions for you. You got the first one, didn't you, love?
Yeah, I'd like to know, because this is a follow-up to the game that released back then, and knowing that there's quite a following to the Space Marine universe. I mean, the game itself, that the IP that the franchise is based on, has been ongoing for many years.
Yeah.
What's it like working with a team like Games Workshop to bring something like that to life?
Nice.
Yes, it's been a great honor for us to work with Games Workshop and to also work on the in the Warhammer 40,000 universe. You know, this universe was created 45 years ago, and the influence that it has had on video games that we've played for decades, I don't think many people realize. You know, working with Games Workshop, you know, we worked hand in hand on the story, the setup, the Space Marine chapters, even like the enemies that you fight. So it was a great collaborative effort.
Yeah, no, I can totally imagine. And because of that, with 45 years, you say, of history, I imagine there's quite a challenge when it comes to making a sequel to a popular game for core fans who've been with you the whole time, but even trying to entice new folks who, like myself, I haven't played the first Space Marine game. So I'd love to hear a little bit more about, you know, what does this mean for those who have played for ages or maybe uninitiated to 40k?
Yes, that's a great question. It was definitely a challenge to create a game that both respected the franchise, respected the fans, but also was approachable.
Apparently, you
enough
could shoot
for
all
people
that.
to,
Like, if you
to play
decide
it.
to shoot
now,
at it,
I know
you'll
you said you
actually
haven't
hit
played
things.
Space Marine 1.
Please don't hurt me, Tim. I'll get round to it.
That is totally fine. Yes. Don't worry that, you know, if you haven't played the franchise, jump into Space Marine 2. If you're just a fan of over-the-top, in-your-face action games, this is the game
That
for you.
sounds like a bit of us.
Right, that's good. But for the fans that have been there all along the way, they played the originals, how have they helped, you know, your community basically in focusing your development team to make sure the sequel is just right for them too?
Yes.
They bitched a lot. It said, "Don't fuck it up."
The Warhammer 40,000
They're
community
little assholes.
Is intense. It's
See,
millions
you
strong.
can tell.
And
He's not saying
Love
their
it, right?
shit.
They love it.
Passionate amount of love, yeah.
Yes, and so working with Games Workshop, they have their community team. They
Yeah.
have their expert writers, and
A lot of the fandom are
we have
assholes.
talked to the community.
Assholes
We
that
made
need
sure
lives.
that we are delivering the game and the experience that really is true to the franchise, and to really make you a true Space
I feel like
Marine.
the
That
voltage
power
is like
fantasy
one or two
of being
tapping them.
the most badass soldier in the universe.
I mean, have you seen the sort of stuff they're up against? It's crazy, right?
I was going to say, looking at it, that was going to be my next question actually, is how is this love and this influence reflected in the action and the pace of the game that we're looking at here? Because this looks, well, you said it's quite intense. It looks really full on.
Yeah.
Yes. The key to Space Marine 2 is both the complex melee system and the range combat. You know, one of the things that you will see is, you know, Titus has to use everything in his arsenal, from blocks to hits to dodges to grabs to glory kills.
Nice.
It's really a very visceral, intense, and in your face.
Yeah.
Oh, so you get
it looks so
more
good.
ammo
So
really close
do all of
every
them
time.
have
That's
different
not so
kind
bad.
of that up close melee ability that we just saw as well? I know there are multiple folks you can play.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
So one of the great things about the game is we have a campaign where you play as Titus, and he has 2 squad mates whom the computer can play them or your buddies can play with you.
Oh, fun, okay.
Yes.
So they brought
and then
back
we have
the
a
co-op.
PvE
Very cool.
campaign where you can play as your own Space Marine.
Ooh.
And you
I
can
think it was
customize your Space Marine. You can be the chapter that you want. You know, you can upgrade.
That's great.
And then that also leads to
It's what
PvP.
inspired
So you can go head to
Eternal
head
Crusade
with other
and then
humans
Eternal Crusade
playing as Space Marines.
Oh, that sounds good.
Absolutely.
That's a bit of us. I like that. And here's the range stuff that we're seeing here now. Yeah.
This is the thing, like, the action is very intense, and at times the number
Dude's
of
not,
enemmies can
like,
get
paying
quite
attention to where
overwhelming
this
as well.
hole is.
It's not just about the fact that you're dealing with someone far away, maybe someone up close, because I can deal with one dude.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
He's fine with that.
Tell me about the
for
sort
sure.
of technology you've had to develop to allow for there to be so much going on screen at once.
Yes, so the key critical component of this experience.
That was sick. by
Yes,
the way.
that is
Are you
an
kidding
awesome
me?
glory
We
kill.
just need to quickly
I
go.
love that.
Nice job, Tim. Like that, Tim.
Yes. So the Swarm engine. The Swarm engine was developed by Saber Interactive
okay.
in World War
talking
Z,
about this a couple
and that has been developed, and now we're in Swarm Engine 2, where we can bring, you know, massive amounts of Tyranids.
It like makes it so it doesn't
never
have
seen
to actually
before.
like.
And they just come at you and they break apart, and every one of those Tyranids, based on our new AI director, starts thinking, and they're thinking about killing you. And it is an over-the-top
It's a
war,
really
like
cool,
epic, like never seen before, epic war, where you are the main
I think I'm
fighter.
gonna solo
And is this
the
just
campaign
going
for
around in the
sure.
skybox? Because I don't know about you, Henry, but
I
the
don't
idea
know
of like
anyone
loads
else
of
is buying it.
Tyranids flying at me sounds kind of fun. Is it something that you can see from a distance, or are they like coming at you?
Yeah, they're much scarier.
They're just Tyranids.
Yes, especially when they're hundreds and hundreds.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but they come at you with everything, and you need to use every weapon in your arsenal.
I was waiting to
you
see
know,
him
every
use that after he
move
picked it
that
up. Hell yeah.
To stay alive. You can see
Oh,
here
it's so
where
good.
the Tyranids are moving into the battlefield, and they're just on their way.
falling off.
It's nuts. And as they approach, they immediately break out into individual units
Little groups,
that
yeah.
have their own AI.
I was going to say, how does that work?
It's like
with
a
the
group
swarm?
AI,
Like,
and then
do
it
they
goes
all
in a
set
smaller and
path,
smaller,
or as soon as
easier
they
and easier.
land, is it just like
That way
the
it's not
fastest route they can get to you and start messing you up?
So our new advanced AI director coordinates the battle.
Nice.
So the swarm can come from different directions.
I mean, it's almost
The
like
swarm
not
kinda,
procedurally
breaks
generated, but
apart,
it's
like
different
when
every
they
time
separate.
somewhat.
That can happen at different times based on the state of the battle,
Yeah.
based on what
It's
you're
one of the
doing,
things I did
and
like
based
about
on what
World
your
War Z.
Space Marine buddies are doing.
Also
Tim,
quite
you've done it
reactive.
again. Did you see that one?
No, I'll
that
watch
one
that
was
one.
sick. And watch the show back.
Oh, that one was-
Oh,
Yeah.
yes. I'm so distracted. This
She's
looks
just so
good.
into
You
it.
just said that they assess what the like state of the battle is.
Yeah.
Does that mean they're also reactive? And if they're thinking, oh, he's got this lane covered, let's direct some around here to sort of flank. Is
Or
that the
digging
sort of thing you're
through
talking about?
fucking
Yeah,
concrete.
so you are a Space Marine.
Finish
You're a
him.
Primaris Ultramarine, okay?
Yeah.
But we can't make the
Rip
game
his fucking
super
head
easy
off.
for you.
Nah.
So you'll feel like, yeah, I'm bashing these Tyranids, but then they overwhelm you,
get
and then the
bigger,
AI director can
stronger,
bring in
more.
more advanced units
Wow.
from different directions.
They see
you
you
know,
too
they can
big.
flank you, so
You're too
the
strong.
ultimate goal is to feel like you're not going to survive, to feel like this is you're going to lose,
Yeah, you're
but
on the edge
you
of
make it
survival.
and you win, and it's a great feeling.
It's like at every opportunity, you're just about to like close the gap, feel like you're getting ahead, and
Yeah.
then you guys are just like Sebulba, just chucking a wrench in my engines. And, oh, I'm falling back again, and it's all over. Got to work from scratch again.
Yes.
Crazy.
Yes. It's very
Good
intense.
reference, Henry.
Oh, thanks. Yeah.
Very on
Cheers.
brand for you. I like it. Yeah, that's that gameplay we were just looking at, by the way. The sheer size of it. Yeah, here we go. Look at this.
Oh yeah.
I mean, we can see a little bit of the
Yes.
swarm here. Maybe.
Yeah, that's a flying. They're flying Tyranids. You know, in this particular battle, you know, they're attacking these huge kind of radio towers,
Nice.
and you just like destroy them as you try to survive,
Trying
because they
to
start
shoot the
landing. Different
tower.
units start landing on the
Or
same
the
platform
chimneys
that
in
you're
this
on.
case.
And as you can see, there's lots of ways that you can go about killing bad guys.
Yeah, not for you, mate.
So it's not just mindless violence. There is also quite a lot of like objectives, mechanics to be following as well.
Strategy, yeah.
Yes. So if you played the first one, and I know you haven't,
I'd want
that's
to
okay.
rip one of the
Uh,
claws
there's
off
some
and
homework
use
to
it
do.
to
I
kill
mean,
This
it.
because our melee system is much more advanced. It's much deeper, and our range combat system is also much more advanced. So I like to call it the dance of death, where you have your melee, your blocks, your reactions, your critical hits, and then you can also pull up your ranged weapons, take out enemies from a distance, and you really need to learn how to use the tools in your arsenal of death to win the battle.
And also, and it's not just the people right in front of you. I know we're taking things off the chain here, the Tyranids, but the chain's integrity in the top right corner.
Cool,
so I'm clearly guessing that if you let that get to 0,
3% chance that your plasma will explode, so you have to throw like a grenade.
Absolutely. Were there any other technical developments
That'd be
that
really
plussed up
interesting.
Space Marine 2,
If now and again it just doesn't
so
cool
this is
quite
our own
properly, and you
technology,
see it getting
and
brighter
when you
and
build
brighter,
technology for
and it
a
gives you off
game,
the chuck.
you can make it awesome.
And then you find
we talked
one
about
like
the swarm. We
10
talked
feet
about the
away
AI
somewhere.
director. It's crossplay.
No.
Yes.
I love that.
So you can beat up your buddies.
I will.
You know,
You
and
will.
You're first, by the way.
Yeah, I can tell.
Yes, and then you can play solo, you can play PvE, and there's a full-fledged PvP mode as well. So it's a very dense game. It's as dense as a Space Marine.
Oh, I love it. So give us some more juicy information. When can we actually get our hands on it?
I'm probably going to rewatch all the cinematics.
Space Marine 2 comes out September 9th.
So I wonder if that's the same
if you
little
pre-order
dude
it now, you
had
can
from
play it
before,
early.
the one that kept bitching about.
It's right around the corner.
That's not what the
We're
chapter
testing the
book
servers,
says.
making sure that the infrastructure can
Fucking hated
survive
that
the
guy.
Tyranid horde.
Like, he ended up being cool by the end,
we
but
feel
still.
good. The reactions to the gamers here playing it's great. We're excited.
Oh, right there in a good power sword kill. Damn it.
Sounds like you're super
I
busy.
wanted to
We'll let
see
you get back
that.
to work on getting on the horde. Thanks
Yes.
for stopping by.
Run out of
we'll
time,
see it, like,
Tim.
next
Crack
week.
on, bud.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it, though. I'm definitely playing.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, coming up, though, our friends at Xbox Game Studios show us how nations are made in our History Untold. And then we're going to catch up with the team from Obsidian Entertainment to give you guys, an exclusive gameplay presentation direct from the Avowed Theatre here at Gamescom. But first up, it's what First Descendant fans have been looking forward to all year long. It's Invasion's right around the corner, and we also got a look at what you can expect. And we also just learned, by the way, Charlie, that the newest Descendant, Haley's character trailer, will be revealed before the update goes live August 29th. So stay tuned for that. But in the meantime, have a look at this.
Turn the ship around. We'll put it back.
We managed to fend off our enemy's large-scale attack, but the war is far from over. The Colossus still threatens us,
I'm excited to
and
see
our
what's
enemies
next,
are
though.
plotting new strategies. Can
I
Ingress
still
ever
have
find
to
true
be,
peace?
the
Has
hard
Corel
mode
really
bosses.
given up on the war?
I've taken a
After
break.
Corel's fleet disappeared, the Vulgus
we'll be
began
playing
moving from
Explorer
deep
next
within
time
the
I play.
dungeon to raid the Ancestors' facilities in Ingress and reclaim the outpost. Detecting this, Ingress immediately dispatched a scout. That scout's name is Haley. Haley, who rose from a supply soldier in the guerrilla unit to a legendary sniper, is now a newcomer in the Descendant Corps. Ruthlessly eliminating enemies with her anti-material sniper rifle, she dominates battles with her ability to drop her body temperature and emit cold air when her emotions run high. When shooting from a distance, her weapon's critical hit multiplier increases, making her an excellent fit for sniper rifles. She possesses sub-zero bullets that fire multiple shots in an instant, and a storm snare that pushes back and rapidly cools down enemies in front. Above all, Haley's specialty is switching to her anti-material sniper rifle and firing a single, incredibly powerful shot, stronger than any other attack. In Season 1,
They don't have
the
the
Vulgus
numbers
launches
on,
a
so I
new
didn't see how much
strategy,
damage that
the
was.
Invasion. Invasions occur randomly in 2 dungeons of hard difficulty infiltration operations. Players can choose to enter between the existing operations or the invasions. Invasion dungeons are only available for solo play, testing the strength of the Descendants. 3 Vulgus legions will block the Descendants with different defense mechanisms. The quantum field creates an immortal state, impervious to physical attacks. The Resonance Shatterers cause massive explosions with the energies of RK and the Iron Heart. The Keeper Tile encryption device maintains a powerful security system. Invasion dungeons present new mechanics that disrupt the Descendants' operations. Solve these enemies' mechanisms and swiftly eliminate them. Invasion dungeons are designed for speed runs, and the faster you clear them, the greater the rewards that await.
I think this is an AI voice.
After coming in contact with the Iron Heart, Descendants experience an RK resonance phenomenon. This
Which means they're
resonance
doing
grants
it
the
again.
Descendants new powers. It's the season growth inversion reinforcement. Inversion Reinforcement is a new growth system that resets at the start of each season. It includes 5 types:
How hard is
hunting,
it just hire somebody?
attributes, recovery, survival, and seasons. Through the Inversion Reinforcement, Descendants gain beneficial effects for progressing through seasonal content, and can also obtain effects that compensate for their weakness. Each season, we plan to tailor and replace the Inversion Reinforcement effects, providing effects that perfectly fit the seasonal content.
That's kind of boo-boo.
In addition to a new Descendant, a new Ultimate Descendant will be introduced in Season 1. Ultimate Freyna, who has evolved Arcade's toxicity into a more powerful weapon, will make her debut. In Season 1, you can discover Freyna's exclusive story and uncover the tale behind the name of her skill, Room Zero Trauma. Excava is an assault rifle with powerful versatility. It can be obtained through the Battle Pass and is also available as a free reward. Excava charges voltage when attacking enemies and has a unique effect of firing the charged voltage as an energy grenade. It is a versatile weapon that combines the inherent versatility of an assault rifle with a powerful shot. Frost Watcher is a scout rifle that can be farmed through the Season 1 content. When hitting enemies from long range, it reduces chill resistance and enhances the damage of one's chill skills, making it a perfect fit for Viessa and Haley. If you've prepared a new Descendant, Ultimate Weapon, and Inversion Growth, it is now time to face the most powerful Colossus, Deathstalker. Deathstalker lurks in the darkness of the void, targeting the life of Descendants. It is stronger than any Colossus encountered so far. To protect Albion from the threat of Deathstalker, we must once again venture into the void, unravel the mysteries within the darkness, and intercept Deathstalker. The first Descendants first season begins on August 29th with Haley, a new Descendant, Ultimate Freyna, and the new Ultimate Weapons. New episodes, dungeon content, and void intercept battles await you in Albion, Descendants. The first Descendant, Season 1 Invasion. Play for free.
I'm Carrie Patel here at the Avowed booth at Gamescom. We're so excited to introduce you to the Dawn Treader Quest and Dungeon. And in just a moment, you'll get a walkthrough from senior narrative designer Kate Dollarhide, who's also the writer for this quest, and our community support manager, Chris Stanek. Don't forget to wishlist Avowed on Xbox and Steam, and look out for our release on February 18th. Thank you for joining us, and welcome to the world of Aora.
Hi, I'm Kate Dollarhide. I'm a narrative designer at Obsidian Entertainment.
Hi, I'm Chris Stanek, the community support manager here at Obsidian Entertainment.
We're so excited to show you Avowed. I'm going to be walking us through the dungeon.
I'm going to be playing the game.
He sounded almost confused by what he was saying. Like, why am I saying these things?
Let's jump in. All right, so the Envoy finds themselves in a dungeon in the first region of the game called Dawnshore. They're searching for an Adherent expedition team that's gone missing. The expedition team was here looking for a holy relic that is supposedly in the keeping of the Oracle of Aethys, a man named Sargamas. And the expedition team hasn't shown up for the last few days, so let's check in with Sargamas and see if he knows what happened to them.
I'm sure he knew something.
Maybe.
Maybe.
She just looks over like...
It has been too long. I had feared I was the last of us, but you...
Alright, I'm gonna be right back.
Oh, the very sight of you is a balm for the soul.
Well, I guess I can wait.
I am the Oracle Sargamas, servant of the once shining god. He whose light
I don't need to finish my
lately
laundry right this second.
What brings you to this sacred space?
So you can see at the top here we have an Arcane Scholar background check. That was selected at character creation. When you play the game, you'll have an option of 5 background checks to choose from. We chose Arcane Scholar because we're playing a wizard and it just felt right. But let's check the lore, tooltips, and conversation review feature.
All right.
Chris, if you wouldn't mind.
Of course.
Thank you. All right, so on the left here we have the conversation history feature. This is going to allow us to scroll back through conversations we've already been through.
Just in case
and just, check on anything we might have missed that we wanted to confirm. And you'll notice here that the words Once Shining God have been highlighted. This is our lore tooltip feature. Once Shining God is a reference to the god Aethys, the god of redemption, light, rebirth. He's also Sargeras' god. So here on the left side of the screen, we have a short paragraph about who Aethys is, his context, and a menu where you can select different lore tooltips. So these tooltips are helpful for us to, deliver lore from the world of Aora to players who are new to the setting or who are returning after a long time away, and just get everyone up to speed without bogging down the dialogue with a lot of exposition. So
hopefully they'll put in
super
exactly what your
helpful for
character's
us
going to
and
say,
hopefully
though,
for you.
unlike a certain
Let's
Fallout
back out of
4.
that.
You had to download a whole mod just to make it so you could see exactly
All
what
right,
you were going to say.
I'm looking for an expedition of my countrymen. Did they pass this way?
An expedition? I'm afraid I don't understand.
An expedition? You know, treasure maps, matching outfits, campfire songs, the works.
I am familiar with the concept, tomb raiding and the like. What troubles me is why they would come here. These ruins are not so different from the many others on this island, except that they are a good deal more treacherous. And this representation of Aethys we stand before, it is the work of my own hands.
Is that Matt
They could
Mercer?
not hope to move it. Do you
Time to
know
look
what
it
their
up.
purpose is here?
Let's select option 2. They were searching for a relic you're rumored to keep here.
The splinter of Aethys. I suppose it was too much to hope they were
definitely
here
is.
to examine these exquisite ruins. Truly, it is their loss.
Where do you keep the
Match
relic? I might find them
Mercer.
there.
It rests in a shrine deep within this temple complex, beyond the reach of looters, visitors, or indeed myself. The path to the relic has fallen to ruin. Some sections are flooded, and others are infested with all manner of creatures. Although, perhaps you might assist me with that.
Or someone who sounds very...
If you're about to ask us to tidy up, think
I guess
again.
everyone
My
is,
place is a much bigger mess.
Oh, no. I had something far grander in mind. You see, this construction beside us is no mere statue, but a reliquary I have built to house the splinter of Aethys in its appropriate grandeur.
I've heard his
It is
voice so
nearly
much over the
complete,
years. But
and
I'm like,
ready
I
for the splinter to be
100%
returned.
am sure that's him.
But I can no longer reach the relic on my own. Return it to me, and who knows, perhaps you will meet your expedition along the way.
All right, I'll be back before you can say 10 praise Aethyses.
I am most grateful.
Nothing about it, but I'm
and
pretty sure.
Please refrain from touching my statue
Or someone who sounds
or
very similar.
devices. May light illuminate your path, cousin.
All right, so Sargeras had quite a lot to say there, but essentially he was saying that he didn't see the expedition team that we're looking for, but if they're looking for the relic, that might be where they are. And it just so happens that he also needs this relic to complete his statue here. His beautiful statue.
He worked really, really hard on it.
He has. He's put a lot of stuff on that.
It's like when my son makes things out of popsicles.
It is giving Lego. So you made me lose my train of thought. You're demonic. So looks like our quest marker is pointing us to an area down below us, but I see that Chris wants to explore a little bit. So let's look at these breakable boards. It's got a sword symbol there. Can we get the sword out?
Yeah.
Leave those be. They protect my devices.
Oh, I don't think he liked that.
Yeah, he'll be fine. Surely he won't hold it over us later.
Let's leave those alone for now and keep exploring. So, ooh, more breakable boards. Awesome. Let's hop across this chasm. Keep heading up. So we have designed Avowed with a lot of vertical space in mind to make use of our parkour system. So it always pays when you're exploring to have a look around and always look up. You never know what you'll find. Like this chest. Ooh, we've got an accessory and some crafting materials. Let's open up the inventory screen, take a look at that. So that's going to be Night Mistress's favor. This is going to give us additional essence for standing next to our companions. Essence is what spellcasters cast their spells from. It's our
mana.
I can't remember what the word is now.
Our not mana.
It's our spell resource. Yes, it's our spell casting resource, of course. So Night Mistress's favor is going to allow us to cast more spells for longer by generating additional essence when we stand next to our friend Kai. So let's look at the character
Kai was
sheet.
the
All right, so we have attribute points on the left and our character
companion.
sheet on the right. You will have seen the
I thought that
attribute
was
points come up in conversation.
the actual character they're playing as.
We select a number
So we're
of
doing the
those
silent
at character
protagonist.
creation and then a few points here and there on level up.
I wouldn't mind if they had an option to have silent protagonist or have
playing
it
a
voiced.
wizard. So we want
I
that
like the idea
additional
of voice
essence and that elemental resistance to give us a little
Like,
more
it's one of the things I
survivability
actually
in
liked
combat.
about Fallout 4.
Now let's turn to our
Like, hearing your character
sheet.
just
You
be
can
a
see that
dick
we're
is
level
great.
6. We are close to getting a new level. Close enough. We've got our background there. And then our health, essence, stamina, data, all those good stats that you can keep track of over the course of the game. So let's look at abilities. All right, we have put quite a number of points in the wizard ability tree because we're playing as a wizard. The first one we selected was the Wand Mastery passive. This is going to give us the ability to do additional damage with wands. And because we're double wielding wands, that's going to allow us to do a lot of additional damage. And then down below it, we've got the Blood Magic passive. This is a really fun way to play and definitely one of QA's favorites. Blood Magic essentially lets us start casting from our health when we run out of essence. So if we're slinging spells back and forth in combat, we don't have to use an essence potion, we can just start using our health. It's a risky strategy, but it is very powerful. Let's look at Grimoire Mastery. All right, Grimoire Mastery does a number of things. First, it lets us use higher level spells as we upgrade the ability. It also lets us memorize spells from our grimoires. So if you have a grimoire you really like, but you get a new one that's cool and you want to try, you can spec into some of those spells from your previous grimoire and then toss it aside and pick up your new one. Let's look at our active abilities.
Well, in the grimoire, it's all because of the power of reading.
That's right, we do love to read here at Obsidian. Okay, so active abilities, we've got a Corrosive Siphon. This pairs very well with Blood Magic. So essentially with Corrosive Siphon, you use this ability on enemies, it steals health from them and returns it to you. As a Blood Mage, this means that I can cast more spells for longer and I don't have to worry about dying in combat.
We're not going to die.
Never. You've never died while doing
We have
this.
God mode.
I haven't, and I don't plan on it.
Unkillable?
I'm offended that it was even brought up.
I'm sorry. I won't bring it up again. Our other active here is Arcane Veil. This is your classic magical barrier ability. Because we're playing a wizard, we're wearing light armor. We want to be light, we want to be nimble, move around the battlefield quickly. But that also means we're opened up to a lot of additional damage. Arcane Veil is going to help us catch some of that damage and not take it ourselves. And then down here we've got Bristling Frost. This is a spell we learned from our grimoire. Bristling Frost is going to create a ring of frost on the ground at your feet, and it's going to deal accumulated freeze damage to any melee units that come and get up in your business.
Or is it while you just move around?
They're going to try. They're not going to make it, though.
No, you won't let them.
That's right.
You're just that good.
Well, let's not go crazy, because what's going to happen is
Like
I'm gonna
he's
die so
flipping
many
open the
times,
book.
just now because of this. It's hubris. This is the curse.
And now that we've said it never happens.
Oh, it's totally going to happen
Yeah.
now.
Hubris.
All right, so our quest beacon is sending us through this tunnel full of water,
Hubris.
so let's just have a swim as we go look for the expedition team. All right, it looks like we're coming into Sargemus's old workshop. We've got some Audra there attached to some wires, a number of animancy like devices around. Yeah, so Audra is central to the universe of Pillars of Eternity, where the people, plants, animals die, their soul leaves their body, flies into the nearest Audra pillar, and then goes deep into the earth to re-enter the cycle of reincarnation.
Sounds like a lot of work.
Can you argue with the results?
No, you're right.
All right, so it looks like we've got a godless sigil here. Excellent, and a essence generator there in the back. So the essence generator is going to unlock that godless sigil, but let's see what's actually being locked
fireball.
here. Top down in the water. All right, it's a gate. Excellent. Ooh, and there's a chest back there. I want to know what's in that chest, but I don't see an easy way into this room.
I can try to ram it.
What?
I'm just gonna try to ram it.
Just try to ram it?
Yeah.
Well, that's not working.
Just
so
smack your face
let's go
into
back
it
to
a
the
bunch of
top
times with
level
your high
and see if
intelligence.
there's another place we could look.
I
Just
really
check this area a little more thoroughly. All right,
Oh, I
it looks
forgot
like there's
Kai
a
was
breakable
with you.
wall there with an
Yeah.
explosion symbol on it. We're not going to be able to break that down with our swords, so we're going to need grenades.
Grenades?
I was gonna try ram
Oh.
it again, but I don't think you would have liked if I tried to ram it again.
Here we have an essence generator. This is going to
Okay.
unlock that gate. You can see that it has a electricity symbol on it, so that means we need something with electricity to turn the generator on. For us, that's going to be an electric lily seed,
Simple.
a electricity spell, or if you have a companion with
like
you
simple.
who uses electricity, you could use their ability too. For us, we're going to need an electric lily seed, so why don't we get that equipped?
I finally feel like I'm on a cooking show where something's pre-cooked. You're like, and here's the
And
chicken.
here's the switch. Yes. You did it. All right, so the generator is running. We've got an accessory and some crafting materials. Let's pop open the inventory and see what we have. Band of Transcendent Suffering. So we're going to deal 10% additional damage, but also take 10% additional damage.
Just don't
a
get
little
hit,
risk, a little
poor head.
reward. I think it's going to be fun. Let's equip it.
I like it.
All right, swimming, back to swimming.
For some reason I was
following
waiting
our
for a
quest
shark
beacon
to
here.
randomly come out.
It looks like we're coming up on Sargemus's library, an enormous library, which is pretty impressive in the world of Aora, where there is no printing press, so all these books are handwritten. It looks like we also have a number of red dots in our mini-map in the top left corner. That means there's enemies nearby. So, let's deal with these spiders. What do you want to do, Chris?
Oh, I'm gonna sneak up on him and
You're
I'm
gonna
gonna
sneak
get
up
him.
on them. All right.
I forget, is this the game where they said that it's going to have...
Nice.
Oh, okay, fun.
Give me a power attack to that spider.
Oh, what was this saying?
Arcane Veil. Corrosive Siphon.
Yeah, it turns them into
Love
crabs,
around.
those spiders.
Oh yeah.
Spiders
love the
everybody gets
corrosive
some.
siphon.
All right,
Yeah.
another power attack on that spider. We're building up that stun meter over time. That's going to allow us to do a special attack when the stun meter's full. Looks like Kai's done his companion ability, and now he's taunting that spider, drawing aggression away from us, which is very nice. And now we get that special attack.
Hit it with some electricity.
And a little bit of electricity grenades.
Back off and finish it with the wand.
Awesome.
Easy.
Nice job.
Thank you.
I was wondering why no one dual wielded
All right,
in Harry
let's
Potter.
keep moving.
You know,
Ooh,
that sort of
it
stuff
looks
I
like
would
we've
dual
got a
wield all day.
blocker here, some webs in the way. Thankfully, Kai has an ability that will let us get right past that. Let's use Kai's fire starter ability. And that should burn right away. There we go.
It's always handy to have a useful friend around.
A guy who can do tricks.
Yeah, right.
He always has a
Like-
lighter.
And I'm walking around, I run into a web, I'm like, there it is. I gotta get Kai. Call
He's
him up.
dependable. That's what we say
Mhm.
about Kai. All right, so I don't see any sign of the expedition team, but what I do see are some Zorops and a water beetle. So let's join their party. Ooh, it looks like that damage we did to the water beetle is filled up again because he's being healed by the Zorop Elder. So we're gonna need to take out that Elder right away. Yeah, burn him down with Corrosive Siphon.
Get all my health back.
Looking good. Arcane Veil's active. We're healed again. Kai's getting in the mix.
Okay, so it does say
Oh, we got
feed
Bristling
me.
Frost. Excellent.
That's nice.
So we're dealing some accumulated frost
Oh,
damage.
I'm gonna get the Zorop up here. Thinks he's cheeky.
Where'd he go?
There he is.
Running away from us.
Did he jump up there? No. Beetle left? Yeah, the beetle's left. The little beetles.
Oh, he's so fast.
He's nimble.
There you go. Nice.
Did it.
All right. Done and dusted. Let's keep moving.
You didn't doubt that I was gonna die there, did you? Like,
I thought about it.
Okay.
I thought about it, but I was like, no.
all right.
I trust Chris.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Just waiting for that to pop up at the
we are
top.
still looking for the expedition team. Let's
Chris
poke
will
around this
remember
area and see if there's anything interesting we can find. I see 2 godless sigils above a locked gate. And there's something in there these ruins don't want us to get to. Thankfully, there's a wire on the left and a wire on the right. I think those are going to go to the essence generators. So the one on the left was going below us. Let's pop down there and see what we can find. Yes, there it is. All right, that's one down. Where's the other? Should be close by. It was right off to the right. Oh, there it is in that gap. On the left.
Right there, right there.
Yeah, there it is.
Got it. Boom.
Nice. All right, with both those sigils activated, the gate is open. We can get our prize from the sarcophagus.
They sound like some people that have played this like 20 times, so they already know like what's going to happen.
Right,
And she sounds bored about it.
damage restored as health. This is going to be super helpful for us as blood mages. So as we're doing damage, we're going to get a little bit of health back. That sounds fun to me. Let's equip it.
You got it. Pardon me, Kai.
All right. So I think we're near the relic. We haven't seen the expedition team yet, but we might as well pick up the relic while we're here.
There's the relic.
It's really shiny.
Can't be as easy as just grabbing it. Can it?
Splinter.
Ooh. But I don't think the ruins liked us taking that relic. So we've had a bit of an earthquake, and it spawned some skeletons.
Yeah.
Friends.
Hope you're ready for a skeleton fight.
Yeah. Always ready for a skeleton
Friends,
fight.
countrymen.
What they always say about me.
Former humans.
Christian,
You know,
always
Chris,
ready for a
always
skeleton.
ready for a skeleton fight.
There,
Oh,
Kai's doing
Chris.
some help for us over here.
Missed
Excellent.
completely.
I think we've got some rangers on the left. We should deal with them right away. Yeah, they're going to be no fun. Raining arrows down on us. All right, that's one down. Tower attack. Oh, a grenade
nice.
as he jumped. Nice. That was
Like,
stylish.
with the lightning.
Very
Is there one
stylish.
more?
Is there another one?
I'm being sloppy. Where'd he go? There he is.
Oh,
it's this guy.
Oh, he's a little asshole.
Yes, absolutely.
We got something for him.
All right,
Just
so
bullying
he's
you.
got a shield,
That wasn't
which
it.
means we're going to need to break his defense in order to deal damage to him. That's
And
why
then
Chris is using
Kai's-
a power attack here.
Oh.
Chris is gonna use Kai's companion ability to hit that skeleton, and he's toast. Now we've got a mini boss, the Godless Executioner.
Try again, try again.
Try again.
It's okay. He'll get me one
So
day.
this guy hits hard, and he has a very extensive range. So we
He
want
did-
to
He did get
stay.
me. He did get me a few times.
We want to stay
He's
out of his
barely
reach.
hitting you.
Ooh, it looks like he's being healed. Oh, there's a priest up there. We got to get him right away.
We're gonna get you.
Arcane Veil active. Corrosive Siphon.
Melting you down. No more healing.
Melt down
We're
that
done with
priest.
that.
Excellent. All right, now we can finally do some
I wish it would
damage to the
actually
Godless
melt them.
Executioner.
I feel like monitors will take care of that eventually.
Good thing we have Arcane Veil active. All right, we're building up some nice stun. He's taking frost damage. He's frozen now.
Maybe he should let it go.
All right. Ooh.
Maybe Kai wants to get in on this too.
Kai, give us a hand. Oh.
He's trying.
And Kai finishes him off. Thank you, Kai.
Kai fucking cheated.
Well, we still got a few more skeletons to mop up. All right, hit him with a electric lily.
Oh, no.
We're gonna need to break his defense before we can do some damage on him.
All right, I have to stop messing around. One
Oh,
moment.
Chris.
One moment.
There you go. Get
Corrosive
that health back.
Oh, it didn't work. I got potions.
All right.
Potion.
Resorting
Where
to
they
a
at? They're
potion.
over here.
I can't believe it.
I know, it's the first time all day too.
All right, there's the ranger.
Just missed completely.
Another electric lily.
Yes, come into my electric pool of fun. You, sir, I've had it with you.
You're about to die
Listen,
again.
Frost does it again.
All right, Kai, I need some help. Thank you.
Thankfully,
And
Kai's
again.
here to give us a hand.
Boom.
Hit him with like a
Awesome.
blunderbuss
We
or
built up that
something.
stun meter, and now we got to use a special attack. I wasn't worried at all.
Okay. I was a little
I
worried.
was.
I was a little worried. That's
All
everybody.
right, I was a little worried.
Okay.
Okay, it looks like the fight is through, so we can keep going. Ooh, it looks like that earthquake caused some roots to grow and this area to flood, giving us a new way out of this zone.
Oh, okay.
Our quest has also updated there on the left side of the screen. Now
I
we
love
have a
it
few
when they
new
make ways to
objectives.
get out of an
At this
area
point, we have a
where
few
it's not
options.
just
we can go back
backtrack.
to town, Parodies, and look around the Adiran Embassy and see if there's anybody who wants this relic that we've grabbed. Or we can go back to the Oracle and say, hey, I got your relic, and see what he does with it. Or we can continue looking for the Adiran Expedition team, which we still have not found. And it's looking like one of our quest beacons has turned into an area beacon. It's that little circle inside the larger mini-map circle. That means there's something more to find in this area, so we maybe need to look around. Hey, I see a purple crack in the floor.
There it is. What's that?
Yeah, what's that? Let's crouch down through this ivy. I bet there's something back here. Ooh, a hole in the floor. Perfect.
Wait, but what about the thing in the wall with the handprint?
Kai does not like the vibes. Oh.
Down him.
This
Looks
doesn't
like
look
it.
good.
No.
Not
Looks
at
like it
all.
might be the Adiran Expedition team.
Oof, this is
Yeah.
awkward.
Yeah, that's the Expedition Leader's journal. That's too bad.
Well, we found the expedition. Looks like they've only been dead a few hours. But how did they get in here? They can't have come the same way we did. We swam here. What's stranger is there's not a scratch on them. No sign of what killed them.
I wonder if he's a lizard man or a fish man.
It's like every member of the expedition team just collapsed.
Looks like we passed this intellect check, so I want to select this one.
Okay.
They didn't get locked in here on their own. The Oracle put them here.
We're using our big brain. Problem solving.
That's right.
Here's an idea. This temple is full of old animancy equipment. Could he be building a giant animat? I've heard of those, but I've never seen one. They're suits of armor brought to life by bound souls, right? The Oracle couldn't have put the expedition's souls in the statue of Aethys, right?
Let's go ask him.
You're gonna do the crack?
Try.
Oh, I can't do it either. Oh, that was a good one.
That was a good one.
Whatever the Oracle has planned for that relic, and for us, it can't be good, Envoy. Aethys is a dangerous god associated with Eora's bloodiest wars, and he recently killed thousands of people in Deadfire. Now, we have a piece of him, and we're about to face a maniac who wants it desperately. Tread carefully.
So Kai is right to be concerned. He thinks the Oracle might be engaging in animancy, which in the world of Eora is a little dicey. Animancers have a pretty poor reputation, and honestly, in much of the world, animancy is illegal or really frowned upon. Animancers are soul scientists. They use essence, or the stuff that souls are made of, to enact great magical works in the world, but also a lot of tragic stuff. So let's go talk to the Oracle and see what he has to say for himself.
He's got a perfectly reasonable explanation. He seems, you know,
It's gonna be
on the up
normal.
and up. Yeah.
Yeah.
These are things that people do.
You have been gone some time. Do you carry the splinter of Aethys?
I found the bodies of the expedition team in your workshop. Did you kill them?
Ah, I did not expect you to be so thorough in your explorations. Nevertheless, I am impressed. As to whether I killed them, well, that is a matter of semantics. Does death occur the moment the heart ceases beating, or when the soul is broken upon the wheel? In one sense, then they are quite dead. In another, they remain very much alive. In either case, they have entered a state of change, and the impetus was mine.
Let's see. It looks like we passed this perception check. You're gonna put their souls in your statue, aren't you?
Yes, you and you alone see my purpose clearly. You see, I have given them the opportunity to be part of something larger than themselves. With your help, I shall give them a new commission. To prosecute the redemption of a god.
do you expect to redeem Aethys?
Do you carry the relic I asked you to collect?
I do carry it.
We do.
Excellent. The relic you have retrieved was stolen from Aethys' body. He is bound to it, or it to him. And before the events at Ukaizo, he would speak to me through it. He speaks to me no longer, but I believe he resonates with the splinter yet, as I do. If I am correct, when it is placed in the statue, the magnifying power of the Ardra will draw him into it, and he will be trapped. Locked into the reliquary with a chorus of furious souls acting as his conscience. He will finally begin the work of making right all the wrong he has done. All that is left is for you to place the splinter into the statue's chest. Will you do it?
I mean, we could just give it to him and he could go up there and
What
do
do you
it.
think?
We gotta go
No,
up there
I
and
want
do
to
it?
I want to
Okay,
do the cool
okay,
stuff.
okay.
Yes, I will put the relic in
All
the
right.
statue. I want to see where this is going to go.
Once you have placed the splinter into the statue...
I'm just saying he could go up there and do it. Like
He's 600 years old. Give him a break. He's got brittle bones.
All right, all right.
Brittle
All right, guy. This time I'll bring it up there, but next time,
It's your turn.
yeah, you're gonna fight the skeletons.
All right, let's hop up on the scaffolding.
Suddenly it turns into like
With the relic
Dago.
in there. Nice.
There we are. Now, to fill the statue
I just
with
love that the
essence.
relic looks like a cigar.
Do me the honor of pulling the lever, just there. And my lord will
All right, let's do
return
it.
to face justice. Any moment. Oh. My god, Aethys. Are you there?
It's like you're making a phone call.
No. It's not working.
How long was he working on this again?
A few years.
Oof, this is gonna be awkward conversation.
Yeah. Let's see what he has to say.
Seems like you suck.
My lord Aethys has not returned. Something is missing from my design.
Souls.
Something I did not account for. It must be the chime. Without its ringing, he cannot hear the statue's call. My cousin, will you join my holy work and lend your chime to the cause?
So this chime that Sargemus is talking about is unique to godlikes. Only godlikes have a chime. It's what the gods give them before they're born to mark them as their own. As a godlike of Aethys, Sargemus has a chime given to him by Aethys. As a godlike of an unknown god, we also have a chime. So what he's essentially asking us is, will you give up what makes you special and die for my experiment? And at this point, we have a few options. We can say, sure, Sargemus, I would love to die for your statue. Or we can try to convince him that actually he should die. As a godlike of Aethys, Aethys is probably going to want his chime and not mine. Or we can attack him. I kind of want to attack him.
You want to attack him?
I want to attack him.
We've
He's
been
got a glowing sword. I want that sword.
Yes, we've been too nice to him today.
There's nothing to fear. You won't feel a thing.
Give
All
him
right,
a
good
moment
luck.
to get settled.
Ooh, he's fast.
He is fast. See, he's just acting like he's old. He's not that old.
Building up some good stun.
I'm all out of breath.
Ooh,
I'm out of breath. Sir, please stop.
Kai doing some work.
Ah,
oh,
You're about to die.
All right, second wind is activated.
Second wind.
We're up.
See, still not a death.
Down but not out.
Not a death.
Bristling
Yeah,
frost
for a wizard, you were
activated.
really just up his
Do
ass.
some
There we
frost
go.
accumulation, arcane veil, and corrosive siphon. Nice.
I will take some of the aggro.
Kai's using his companion ability. Now he's drawn the aggression. That's going to be really helpful for us.
Grenade action.
Little power
and
attack, grenade.
Boom. Kai gets that. Oh.
Oh.
Perfect. Perfect.
Well done.
They'll put that in.
Well done.
Oh, thank you.
Let's loot his body.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. All right, he's got a great sword. Last light of day. Can we equip that, please?
Of course. Ooh.
Beautiful.
Very
All right. So that's not the end of this quest, but it is the end of our time together. So thank you so much for looking at Avowed. We were so excited to show this to you, and we hope you play it on February 18th. Thank you so much.
Aura History Untold, a 4X grand strategy game
I love you,
spanning the
Obsidian.
ages, is
I hope you
beautiful
love
to
me
look at,
too.
yes, but it's even more fun to play. Here to walk us through this epic world, please welcome Xbox Game Studios executive producer Matt Turnbull. Matt, thank you so much for joining us today.
Hello, thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited to be here.
Oh, this is going to be a
I'm
fantastic
so
segment.
excited to
How
be
are you
here.
enjoying Gamescom
While
so
looking
far, though?
so tired. Gamescom is my favorite event of the year. Honestly, it brings so much energy to be able to interact with people who love games, who do those things. The booth we have this year is incredible because
It's
we're
so detailed and beautiful over there.
yeah, we're finally coming out, right? The game is finally ready. It's coming out September 24th. Have to drop the date in there.
Check.
Yeah, check. Done. But the booth has just been a really fantastic experience. Getting to actually let people play hands-on with the game, experience the game. It's the
was
way
that
it was meant to be
Kamui?
played,
Yeah.
and just feel like they could become a leader.
100%. Well, we're going to do exactly that now. I cannot wait to see this live gameplay demo we're going to do. So I'm going to let you just kick things off, get us into the game, set the scene.
Why is he shaking so
I'll
much?
check in when I'll get a little bit
Poor
noisy.
little guy.
Anytime. You're always welcome.
Thank you, Matt.
All right. So as you probably know, Aura History Untold is a
Looks
historical
all
grand
nervous.
strategy game. It bears a lot of DNA from your classic 4X genre and some of the other genres around, historical grand strategy. This is Xbox's first foray into this genre. It's honestly not a genre that we've truly explored, truly gotten into before. We've made, obviously, with the Age franchise, with
Yeah, of course.
RTS,
Yeah.
but true, grand strategy, turn-based, is
Shaka
a
Zulu.
new territory. And luckily, we have this incredible partner, Oxide Games, that has a
think it's
tremendous
Oda
amount of
Nobunaga,
experience. People who
possibly?
worked on almost every great strategy game you've
Random
ever heard of or
Aztec guy
played.
number
And they
3.
are such an incredible partner, and we're so excited that we get to help them bring this game to life.
Oh, stunning. Okay, so as usual, our first question when we enter a game is, what are we going to be? Who are we?
Let's
Yeah, so right now you can see I've got Shaka Zulu here as the head of the Zulu Empire. He has all these different interesting abilities. We have 10 leaders here at Gamescom. Now,
thank you for that follow.
when
Welcome
the game
aboard,
launches,
Super
we'll have
Nerd
over
with us.
30 leaders
Oh my
available to
goodness
play
me,
from.
wow.
But we only brought 10 with us to Gamescom this year.
So you can fit in the suitcase. I get it, yeah.
Exactly. Just gonna make room. So right now, I think for today, though, I will play Nefertiti.
Lovely. Okay. Why Nefertiti? What's the choice there?
That's cool,
So
man.
if you look at her different abilities here, you can see things like
You can just
farms
follow
and their
me on
upgrades
here
provide additional
and,
food per
chill here.
turn. She gets big
Not
bonuses
really
if she's
gonna
next to
add
rivers
random
as
people
kind of a
to
reference to the
Discord,
work
that's
on the
okay.
Nile.
Of course.
And then
Not really
as
my
sort
bag.
of a person who is very famous for being a royal wife and a queen of that pushed the religion of
so it
the
is Nefertiti.
worship of
Okay.
the A10, the sun. She had this opportunity to have these awesome religious abilities. So when you found a religion with her, it spreads faster and you're able to move it more. And in those early eras, it can be very, very powerful and a really strong source of prestige, which are the points you need to win the game.
Interesting. Okay, let's crack on with Nefertiti then. And here we go. This is my favorite bit, map building. What do you suggest we go for today?
Well, we've kind of pre-set up a map that we think will be a good show for us. We've got 8 nations on the map. We have average sea level. You can change everything in the game from the temperature, the humidity.
The humidity, wow.
Even the axial tilt. And so this is one of my favorites because when you imagine, the Earth, you know exactly how it's tilted to the
Yes,
sun,
yeah.
right? So pretend that it was like a planet that was more tilted. In that case, the map it would generate would have a much hotter area, a much colder area, a broader cold area, depending. So it generates all of those
Wow.
things based off of that. Now, you get a deterministic seed, which is basically a number that you could put in. And as long as you have the same options at the same seed, it'll generate the same map, which
Awesome.
means that if you fall in love with a map, I fall in love with a map, we can share it.
Oh, I
you
love
know?
that. Okay, awesome.
That's cool.
And
Alright.
what was the size of the map we went on here? Because I know, especially when we call this a grand strategy game and referring to some of the other games you've mentioned already, map size and scale and detail is so important. So A, what are we doing today? And B, what options do you have there?
Yeah, so honestly, the game has a number of different map options. At its largest map size, you can fit up to 36 nations on there,
Whoa.
all at once.
Goodness
And
me.
thanks to the power of simultaneous turns, which is one of the unique innovations in Aura, the players are able to all take their action within the time term, whatever the time limit is you set in multiplayer, and then a single player as long as you want. And then you submit the turn, and all the actions resolve simultaneously.
And it goes, okay, interesting.
And so you can play with 36 players, and it's totally functional.
Doesn't feel like
it wouldn't really work to play 36 players one at a time, at a time.
Yeah, with a cup of tea, like, come on, lads.
I would take off for a while, you know, and then come back, and it still wouldn't be my turn.
Absolutely. So what's this exposition that we just got at the beginning of? And also, Act 1 is an interesting thing to read.
Yeah, so in our History Untold, the game is broken into 3 acts.
Okay.
Now, you play the same leader from the very beginning of the game all the way to the modern era. When we say a History Untold, what we're talking about is the untold history of this alternate Earth, this alternate life of this alternate ruler. And so you play the same history, you play the same ruler, the same nation.
Okay.
You take them from the beginning of the first agrarian, the first farms, all the way to the modern era, and even a little bit into the singularity age.
Oh,
when
God.
technology
Okay, well,
comes
let's jump
together.
in. I want to see this first bit,
fun.
and
I always
I'm
wanna
picking
see
up
that
on that
stuff.
singularity bit because that sounds wild.
All right, so one of the first things you probably notice is that Ara has a kind of a different presentation. You know, a lot of these games are inspired by board games, you know, hexes, tiles, and I love those. But with Ara, we really wanted to deliver the player fantasy of being a leader of a real world, the choices you make. And so there are things like organic borders, so where the river goes is where the natural borders are.
Oh, I love that.
And you could do other things like if you zoom out and look around, sometimes you'll see mountain peaks out in the distance because your people could see those mountains. For right now, though, it looks like we have a nice little temperate forest here, some plains that are lovely. We've got some grains available, and we can zoom all the way down and see.
Oh my goodness, you get so close.
That's really
yeah, there's
cool.
some wheat growing over here, and then if I zoom in over here, you can see some rice that I could turn into some rice farms. Over here, it looks like there's some dangerous predators. In this case, some wolves.
Oh, interesting.
look at them. They're actually like walking around. I dig that.
Do they move freely around the
Very
map,
cool.
or would you go to engage them over there?
So you have to hunt them in order to be able to take advantage of this area.
I
And
see,
luckily, in
okay.
the early areas, I have this scout, which is a unit that can go out and do some great stuff. So I'm going to send my scout
Oh, wow,
there.
it's zoomed.
You can see how with simultaneous turns, they haven't made their full move, but they've indicated where they'll go.
Interesting. Okay.
One of the fun things about simultaneous turns is you can cancel orders at any time.
Oh, wow.
And so the game has the depth and complexity of like a grand strategy game with layer after layer after layer. As you set up all your moves, you'll see what all the impact will be.
That might
And
be
then
like
you
a
can go,
better
you know what?
Civ for
Actually,
me,
I'm going to
'cause I
wind it
can't
back.
stand Civ.
And none of it will go off until you hit end turn. So let's go ahead and get our scout moving and make one other big decision that we make at turn 1, which is what to build. So
Interesting, yes, because there's decisions
So it's
are
just
very,
like-
very
yeah.
important when it comes to these strategy
Okay.
games, and I'm sure we're going to go through quite a lot of them
Move
anyway. But what's
action.
this first one that players are going to beat
Bonus
as soon as they
action.
start?
Yeah, so the
So
very
D&D.
first thing you have is you have the ability to improve your cities. Now,
Okay.
Ara is a game about people. It's about your citizens. It's about their quality of life, you know, their happiness, their health, their education. And you improve your lands with what we call improvements that can do things like improve their quality of life or provide them with
nice.
additional housing.
get you some
So the first
spearmen.
thing we're going to build is a farm, and that's going to help us with some initial growth. And
We
also,
have the same strategy here.
yeah, you
Love
got to do it. And
So
especially
good.
with Nefertiti, it's just a great option. And so
Uh-huh.
you can see the little ghostly outline is telling me that that'll show up too. And so when I hit next turn now, you see everything begins. My
there we
scout
go.
makes their move. You can see the people have begun work on their farm.
Oh, that's so nice.
You know, they're people working away at
I'm
the
going
thing.
whistling away. Good stuff.
Yeah, over
okay.
here I've got my great hearth,
Mhm.
which is sort of the center of our power right now, where
Oh,
our
beautiful.
leader lives. And then if I go back over here, I see my scout is over here. Now, I'm going to send my scout to hunt these wolves.
Ooh, okay.
Hunting a predator is about clearing the lands for you to be able to use, and I'm definitely going to want to build farms over here, what with the rivers and Nefertiti's abilities.
100%.
Beyond that, when you hunt animals, you also can end up getting some early resources. And so you can see the little guys going in there, getting ready to hunt the wolves.
Good
the wolves
luck,
running
guys.
away.
Just
But the
chucking
value of
spears
this
at
is
it.
going to be that I'll send back furs, possibly food, maybe even feasts that could help
Very good.
boost my city's power. So
Yeah, nice.
the next thing we're going to do is pick a technology.
Ooh, okay.
All right, so I'm going to let you pick, right?
Oh, Matt. Okay, here we go. I'm sitting straight. Let's hear it.
So we're in the ancient history era. Ara is broken into 12 eras across 3
actually.
acts. And so
Probably
right now we
amazing
have
'cause
these
you're right
very
near the water.
early beginning human technologies of being able to make bows, of being able to ferment food into wines and other beverages, being able to do animal husbandry, understand how to raise animals, turn them into meats. So what are you feeling? What are you aiming for? Knowing what you see around you here with the rivers, the water, but also
Yeah.
some of those grains, what feels right?
Oh, I'm concerned you're setting me up that there's a specific choice here. Based on how
many good choices, many options.
Based on how I normally play these types of games, and knowing that as soon as possible I want to start rearing animals at a farm, I've already told you what I want to do here, and eventually going into, you know, maybe more scouts and armies and everything like that. I think animal husbandry, for me, is where I want to go. I'm not too fussed on the pottery. We'll get to nice mugs and plates a bit later, but for now, I want cows and I want sheep.
Let's do it. And then we should go and take a look, see if we can find some of those things with our scout here pretty soon.
I will say quickly, though, on that decision, as it's such an important one you make at the beginning, what's a good option for first-time players? Is it animal husbandry? Is that the route you would typically kind of recommend people go for?
Well, honestly, there are a lot of different things you can do. It depends on what your strategy is. You should really pay attention to who your leader is and what their powers are. So if I was playing Shaka Zulu and I was intending to meet my neighbors and go and try and conquer them right away, I might pick archery. But if I was playing as, again, Nefertiti, I might go for grain storage.
Because see, I knew you'd set me up. I went for the wrong one.
Or animal husbandry. Because either of those will involve farms that produce more harvest with her that help, especially if I have rivers near me.
Okay,
you know, but if I was on a coastal island, if I was playing on an archipelago, which I think I pronounced correctly.
I think it was good.
Close enough.
Yeah, that's what I would say.
I would maybe go for rope making, which can help you get early boats and those types of things.
Good, nice.
All right, so we still have our scout idol here. We're going to move them out into the wilds.
Yeah, let's expand the territory. We see the fog of war everywhere. You've discovered, what's that just down there with all the little pots and pans?
Oh, yeah. So these are basically the remnants of forgotten civilizations.
Nice.
They contain...
Stonehenge is just there, is it?
Yeah, just an older circle that was made by some nomadic society. And so eventually what will happen is I'll be able to pick those up with my scout. And as I do, we'll be able to discover some things, and those things will possibly help me. So right now, for example, this collected some furs and some statuary. And so now we're going to go ahead and take this stuff. Now, one of the big differentiators for Aura is that it's taken the complexity of a crafting system, but really stretched it out over 12 acts, over the entirety of human history. And so at any given time, you can build these things that you can use as amenities in your cities. For example, because I found some statuary, I can take those old statues, I can put them in my city, and for 10 turns, I'll have additional prosperity.
Nice.
And if I had any culture improvements, like say a library or more like a museum or something, or an artisan studio making those pots and pans,
there we go.
They would get a bonus as well from the being inspired by the beautiful statues. So I'm definitely going to equip that now, and it's going to, you can see it's going to raise the quality of life of my citizens, and then I'm going to continue to build. Now, I'm also going to go ahead and money talks, right?
It does indeed, Matt.
Yeah. So you can always get more wealth, and if you get more wealth, you can use it a bunch of different ways.
Yeah.
One of the ways is you can rush production. I can throw money at the problem.
So you can prioritize things in the heat of battle if something's going on and you need it.
You need it, absolutely.
Ooh, okay.
Now, you might notice these cougars over here. Pumas, bearcats, all names for the same animal. But they are here. Mountain lions, that's another one.
There's another one, nice.
It's the animal with the most names. I don't know if you know that, but it actually is.
I've never thought of it that way.
Weird, but it's true. So I can take them and hunt those, but I'm not gonna, because they're a little more dangerous. It'll take me 2 hunts, and I'll be at danger 4, and I could really lose a lot of health. So, like we said, we're gonna go look for some friendly animals. Let's go find some sheep. Let's go find something a little safer.
The thing I've also found quite interesting is you haven't met any other people yet, and you said this is a small map size.
Yeah,
right?
So even on a small map size, there are quite a number of regions. There's a lot to explore.
Pressure or instant sort of heat that someone's right next to you and you're fighting for resources.
Not necessarily.
Is that intentional?
Nice. There is a bit of an intention to give people a little bit of space at the beginning, but honestly, you can set the game up in so many ways. There's so many options with map generation. You can make a tiny map where everyone is clustered together. You can create it so there's very little land or only a single continent, all of these different things. So in this one, this is a map style that really benefits that. And if you zoom in here, you can see our farm.
Wow.
When you build improvements in Aura, they sort of expand to take the space you give them. So this is a farm that's been built out here. You see the little scarecrow.
Let's say how aesthetically it's just set that up. As someone who meticulously spends a lot of time in every game making things look nice, it's got little paths, it fits to the borders, it's lovely.
One of my favorite ways to honestly play is when I'm building a farm. The reason I chose this region is because I like big farms. I like them to stretch out, and I know I'm going to build a farm here with this grain.
Of course.
I want to make sort of an agrarian district along the coast here, so there'll be a bunch of beautiful coastal farms, and then over here will be like my city center. You can kind of play the game almost as a sandbox at the lower difficulty settings and really just build, the nation of your dreams.
And I suppose the most important question is, what's all this worth? What is the end of the game to conquer and wipe everyone off the map, or is it to have the most farms and to have killed the most cougars? I know you mentioned the singularity, but what is that point? What are you trying to do along the way?
It's a totally valid question. It's really good. To win an Ara History Untold, your goal is simply to become the most prestigious nation on the planet. You want to earn the most prestige. You want to be a nation that is known to the ends of time and that everybody will learn about and talk about all the way throughout history. So you can earn prestige many different ways. Everything you do has some form of an impact. For example, right now, most of the prestige I've earned is from the quality of life of my citizens. I've been providing them good goods, I've been farming, making sure they have enough food and everything, and because of that, I've been slowly earning prestige over time. When I was to create a religion, the more my religion spreads, the more I empower the religion by having more powers, which are called verses in the game, which give you new abilities. The more of those that I have, and the more that I can convert other nations to my religion, the more prestige I would gain from that. And you can do it through military, you can do it through commerce, and I
love the idea that there's someone making notes going, I'll give you a point for that. That was a good decision.
Yeah, you can have this prestige.
Yeah,
you can have this. You're a little bit more well-known now. One of my favorite things about the prestige system is you can pivot over time. In the first act with Nefertiti, maybe I'll work really hard on spreading my religion, but then maybe in the middle eras, in the early medieval ages or something, I'll rush iron and rush into swordsmen and rush into knights and try to do some conquering. And then as I get into the third act, maybe I'll start producing masterpieces.
Oh, okay.
But you can do all of these things, and then you end up in this stack with the other societies. You can
you can constantly see where you're stacking.
Absolutely. And you can understand how you're earning prestige and where it's coming from and how you maybe could be doing better. One of the other innovations...
Forgettable!
Very sad.
Oh my, if I ever find myself there, I think I would cry.
Well... You wouldn't have to cry for long because at the end...
I can boot up a new go and start again.
Always. But also at the end of every act, the forgettable nations are actually culled from the game. It is a unique feature in Ara that allows the game to sort of consolidate the world, make the super... So when you get to the third act in an 8-player game, for example, you'll have 4 players, the superpowers. They'll all be what's left, and everything else will have been kind of forgotten to history. In Act 2, we'll lose 2 nations, and then all of a sudden there will be a rush on all of their incredible findings, all the ruins of their nations, all the stuff that was left behind, and people will be in that kind of age of exploration.
Wow, okay, I love that. So what I want to do now is a little birdie told me that you've actually prepped what an end version. Is it Act 3 we're jumping to? Is it Act 2? Where are we going to be checking out now?
All right, so we're going to go into a Act 3 save that was done where I was playing as Joan of Arc, Jeanne d'Arc.
Nice.
Who plays as one of the rulers of France in the game. In the game, they can have multiple rulers of different nations. So, with launch, we're launching with Otto von Bismarck to rule Germany, of course, because we're here at Gamescom. But if you buy the deluxe or premium edition, you get the leader pack that includes Hildegard von Bingen, who plays completely differently. She's a very famous nun from the ancient German times, and she brings a totally different play style than Otto.
Oh, okay, interesting.
I've got one other thing to show you, and then we'll jump right to that, I
okay,
promise.
right. Ooh.
So, we've met a tribe.
This is, an event. Nice.
Yeah, so in tribes, when you meet these tribes, you find them out in the wild, and they are these small nations. They're named after whatever the region is. So they're sort of inspired by real tribes, but there aren't any actual real individual tribes. They're just made up for that. And then inspired by real life, actual events in history. So in this case, there was a founding myth, and they attributed it to 2 different things, and they actually had this fight about what was their founding myth. So we've took narrative inspiration about that and created this one, where now they're asking you, should you do the Beastborn Prince myth for their society? What do you want to record in the annals of your great society?
Wow, okay.
Or the foreign prince myth? Or do you want to say, no, it wasn't either of those. Actually, it was a giant bird, and you're both wrong, and now you get more religion spread, but then you deteriorate the relationship. Here, this costs stone for you to be able to build out the prince myth and create the statues necessary. In this one, you need timber to be able to do the things in the woods to kind of show off what the myth would be. And in both cases, you get prestige, but it's about what you have to spend.
Yeah.
So what would you like to do? Do you like the Beast Prince myth, the Born Prince myth, or do you want to bring your own?
I'm writing my own book here.
You're doing it.
Tell him to go away. It's fine. I can see it has a detrimental relationship effect, but it's fine. This is my world, and they're living in it.
It is now. The Book of Charlieism is written. And
yes.
we have that. And unfortunately, this will mean these tribal warriors might be mad at us. These guys might be a little bit bitter. Is their current diplomatic status?
That's fine. We'll deal with them later. It's all good. Right.
We don't have to deal with them
because
we're
to the future.
We're going to go to another game. So this is in a bit of a war-torn world. It's in the information age, but some things have fallen behind a little bit because of the amount of war, and now it's kind of settled into sort of a firm Cold War state. But you'll see different prestige for the different rulers, and you'll also see a mix of different layers of industrial, of modern, as well as...
I cannot wait for this.
So you can see right here, there's a farm that's a little bit different, and we'll zoom out.
Whoa! So different.
Holy
Look at that.
crap.
And that is the city of Paris.
Cool.
You can see the old city walls that were built up in medieval times are still there because you wouldn't see those knocked down in real life. You can see different buildings and improvements. If I zoom out further, you see the world's been much more explored. And
Absolutely.
you can kind of start to see it from, that airplane view if you were flying over it. Over here, we have one of our great triumphs. Triumphs take up an entire region and build housing around them. This is the amphitheater of El Jem in Tunisia. It is this incredible coliseum that was built by the Romans in the ancient times that provides a lot of different benefits to your society.
It's glowing as well.
Oh yeah, our triumphs, we always throw a little bit of a sheen on them, a little bit of magic.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
And then if we move around, you can see there's some horse track there providing some value.
The way, how close you can get down with a camera, I'm in
absolutely.
absolute awe. Oh my goodness me.
This would be what a wheat farm would look like in this era as well. So the different crops also have different appearance as well. This is a stone pit that's currently producing iron.
Nice.
So this is sort of an industrial mine.
Of
and you
course,
can see
yeah.
industrial diggers there. And then you can always go into your nested tooltips and say, okay, iron, what do I use iron for? Oh, I know, I use it to craft telescopes or steel. What do I use steel for? I need steel for a lot of things. I'm going to be using that steel to make
a toilet.
Metal pots, indoor toiletry, different things that I can use as amenities that I can use to craft other buildings. For example, I need these machine parts to be able to make a large particle collider. Or I would need these machine parts if I wanted to craft the SRS 8000, which is one of the world's largest excavators that was ever built.
I want one of them, please.
Yeah, just one of those.
God, there's just no point where you're not informed of the decisions you're making, and you can really take time with it because as soon as you're done, absolutely, and you can delete the bits and pieces along the way and make it good.
Yeah, and you can see the borders here with the German state where we had originally had some wars. You can see the city of RJ still has some military units in there. It also has some interesting things. There's a triumph here. I think we have the Statue of Liberty. We have a lighthouse there leading our ships into shore. There's just a lot going on everywhere you look.
There
you can
really
zoom in and
is.
see. And now, it looks complex because it is. This is a core game for core gamers, for strategy gamers. It's a love letter to them. But we've tried to create a lot of things like those nested tooltips, and of course the Encarta, we brought it back, that show you all of the different ways to play, all the different supplies in the game, the people you can find, everything else. So.
Oh, that's so good. And it feels like a juxtaposition to say it, looking at the screen we're looking at here, but this demo only shows a small fraction of the game, right?
We have barely touched upon
Are there any other elements that you want to very briefly talk about now before everyone dives in?
I'll just show you this little airplane.
Yeah, okay. There it is.
As the world continues, as it grows, there are all those details. You remember those wolves we saw in the ancient era? Now it's replaced by ATVs and airplanes and hot air balloons.
The natural evolution of a wolf to an airplane.
Yeah, that's how they grew, I think. And and then dinosaurs came after that, right? It was wolf, airplane, and then tyrannids.
And tyrannids, yes.
I love those whittle tyrannids.
Oh, amazing. Matt, I can't thank you enough. This game is firmly on my download queue. I cannot wait to check it out, and I love that you've come here to talk to me about it. Have you had a nice time?
I've had an incredible time talking with you. I love talking with people who love this genre, and I've had so much of an opportunity to do that at Gamescom. I'm going to continue to do it all through the weekend. I'm going to be in the booth and talking to all the fans and the players, and I can't wait for it to come out on September 24th. You can pre-order it now. You can wishlist it. It's day one in PC Game Pass, of course.
Amazing. Another check. Good job. Thank you, Matt. Wonderful. Well, thank you so much once again. You can get your hands, just as he said, on September 24th on PC Game Pass. But we're nearly ready to wrap things up. I'm going to show you one more trailer from the show. It's a sequel of epic side-scrolling proportions. This is Tales of Iron 2.
Okay, yeah. It's the rat game. I never did get to play the first one. But I was excited that it existed.
Our world was not ready for their cruelty, their barbarity.
Oh, it's that song. Yeah,
An
I love this
ancient
song.
evil from a forgotten time, a forgotten place. Bewinged devils. They feast without fill, kill without reason, and will not stop until
Fight back, rodents.
burns in greater than their own. Tales of Iron 2, Whiskers of Winter.
Oh, just so many great interviews on this stage the last 3 days. We've just had a blast, haven't we?
It's been so good, Bex. And remember, with Xbox Game Pass and Game Pass for PC, you can get new games on day one like Call of Duty Black Ops 6 on October 25th, play some of the biggest games of the year, and unlock partner benefits from Riot Games and EA Play. If you are not already a Game Pass member, join now and get your first month of PC Game Pass for $1 or €1. This offer is not going to last long, though, so you need to act now.
So until next time, thank you so much for watching und auf Wiedersehen!
Auf
Is that actually going to be it? Oh my god, it is. It's a really short one today. Only 3 hours. Well, I guess that's how short it was the other day. Let me check out the IGN one. Okay, so yeah, they're still going with games. Good. We'll skip any bits we've already seen. Blink. Blink.
It's day 3 of our live coverage of Xbox Gamescom 2024,
Wait, so
and there's so many games to talk about, Charlie, so let's dive in.
Let's get
In the air.
Yeah. I think it's the exact same thing actually today. But you see how it's a little blurrier?
ReFantazio was the best possible. Check out
encounter. It's also very easy. Well, the team is very.
Okay, so we watched all this.
It'll be 60k units, but you could feel
getting my good job. Thank you, Matt. Wonderful. Well, it
the last 3 days.
Pass and Game Pass 25th. Play some of the big not all the next.
And then I guess this is the IGN specific side of it. It's like an extra 40 minutes, it looks like. Plus it was still going, so we'll see.
Ben Watts here at the Xbox booth at Gamescom 2024 in Cologne, Germany, checking out the new collaboration between Luca 3 and Jordan Brand in Forza Motorsport and Forza Horizon 5. Let's go! This partnership is about bringing together the worlds of basketball, sneakers, and motorsport. It's about Luka Doncic teaming up with the Jordan Brand for Forza Motorsport and Forza Horizon 5. And the star of the show is a 1969 Chevrolet Camaro inspired by the upcoming Jordan Lucas 3 Motorsport colorway. How cool is that? Now, the exclusive collaboration is dropping in-game early September, so you want to keep an eye out for those details coming soon. So you might be thinking, why Gamescom? Well, where better to celebrate this collaboration than in front of a massive crowd of diverse gamers and industry pros. It's the perfect place to celebrate a crossover between sneakerheads, basketball fans, and the gaming community. As for why Luca, he's a natural fit. He's not just a basketball star, he's an active gamer who loves cars. Plus, his Jordan Luca 3 signature sneaker has this whole shifting gears vibe that is perfect for Forza's high-octane action. You can check out the brand new Jordan Brand collaboration in Forza Motorsport and Forza Horizon 5 this September. If you're lucky enough to be on the show floor, come and check out this custom console and controller here at the Xbox booth. And for everything else Gamescom, keep it locked to IGN.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to our final day of coverage for Gamescom. In just a little bit, we're going to have the Gamescom Awards, recognizing all the best games of the show. But first, something very exciting. What you see in there right now is Digital Foundry getting mic'd up in the Gamescom studio. They're going to be discussing some of their favorite games of the show. I can't wait to see it. I'm going to hand you over to them right now. Enjoy the show.
Well, thanks for the introduction there, Damon. And here we are, Digital Foundry Gamescom 2024. I'm Richard Ledbetter, joined by good friend and colleague, John Linneman.
That's right, we're here live. It's just us today, though.
Absolutely, yeah. But we're going to be talking about our top 3 games of Gamescom 2024. The games we've seen. Obviously, this place is so huge that we haven't been able to see everything, but this is the stuff that's caught our attention. 3 games. Number 1, John, Stalker 2. We made a beeline for that one at the Xbox booth yesterday.
Okay, so yeah, this.
And
I think today's the last day of Gamescom.
We had some concerns about it last year. It was shown in a very early state.
I like that it's in the middle
year,
of the week.
I'd say
like that actually makes me happy.
Like,
that means that if I wanted to go,
right?
I could have went.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things we wanted to focus on was we actually got to see it running on the Xbox for real this time.
Right, that's right, because they said to us, PC or Xbox.
We waited to get in, and they were like, you want to play PC or console? And they actually had Series X consoles hooked up. And wow, what a difference. Because like you said, last year we played it on PC. Obviously, they've had challenges with development.
Yep. Sure.
It looked very rough last year, but this time I felt like it was actually a very polished game. And the first thing that stood out to me was the image quality, actually.
Yep.
Like, it actually looked suitably like proper 4K.
Right.
Like, I'm sure it's using reconstruction. You can see some of the artifacts, but it's very, very sharp. The other thing, of course, is it's 60 frames per second, which I think we finally got to confirm that. I think I posted about this, and it was the first time that was confirmed, really.
Well, here's the thing, right? When we actually started the game, I went straight to the graphics options to see what modes there are, right? And there were no modes.
There are no modes. The only mode is 60.
And the only mode is 60, and it's an Unreal Engine game. It's Unreal Engine 5, right?
It is UE5, so they are using things. They are using Lumen. They seem to be using software Lumen. You could see the sort of the SDF reflections.
Right.
When the screen space stuff is occluded, you get SDFs. It looks good though, right? And the lighting was really excellent. I will say the frame rate, of course, still in development, not perfect. It's not like 100% lock 60, but like it's close enough that, you know, even if you don't have VRR, I think you'd be pretty pleased.
Yeah, I think the thing is that so many of the Unreal Engine games we've seen have really pushed the limits, but they've done so at the expense of image quality. Things are kind of quite blurry and indistinct. But that was kind of like the first impression when we saw the title screen and it went into the gameplay itself, where it just looked really, really clean.
Yeah, that really is the big thing, is the image quality, because you're right, every UE5 game we've seen on consoles so far, such as the recent BMW, as we call it, Black Myth Wukong, it's very blurry. This was not. This was super sharp.
Yeah.
That's not to say it's perfect. I will say that there was still...
What are you playing on the Black Myth looks
but there's plenty
blurry?
of stutters,
Maybe console.
hiccups during gameplay,
that's fair.
and the loading times
like,
on
it looks
death
really
were
clear
really
for,
long.
People I know that
I mean, there are issues to address.
But
average
I feel like they're on
PCs.
the right track. And it's brave of them almost to actually show this thing we're running on the Xbox proper.
Well, that's the thing. If I was a game developer with a game in development, I would choose high-end PC all the time. Because
which they did, but they had this option too.
Absolutely.
Right? So that's kind of the difference.
But the thing is, if you choose high-end PC, then obviously, if you have like performance optimizations to carry out, you know, on a more general level, you could just power past it. You know, just bung a 4090 in there, and you're good to go. So, you know, they had like I think it was like 5 PC pods and 4 Xbox XDK dev consoles.
I guess that's the clarification, right? Is they were showing it on the actual XDK units. But you could feel the heat coming out. They're well cooled, but I don't think they were putting any PCs under the counter, right?
No.
There, it was really proper Xbox.
Oh, we've seen that sort of stuff over the years.
We have seen plenty of that.
Sort of like fake console shells that have got PCs behind them, but this was absolutely authentic Xbox Series X.
It really was. And as far as the game itself. So this was kind of a fairly restricted section in that you're kind of you move through some open world stuff, then you're going down into some bunkers and exploring.
Yep.
But it does have that sort of stalker atmosphere I think that people loved.
Yeah.
It's hard to gauge things like AI just yet, but the encounters this year were a lot more polished and interesting.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because the gunplay last year was not good.
Right, okay.
But this year it actually felt great. So I'm very curious where this ends up and if it ends up sort of matching expectations, because I think Stalker's kind of a beloved franchise.
Yeah.
And it's been forever since we've seen it, and we knew these guys have been through a lot getting this thing made. And it feels like they're finally at the finish line, and we're looking at probably one of the more impressive UE5 games yet.
I would say so, yeah. It's kind of interesting that last year we had sort of concerns about the quality of the game and the quality of the performance. This year, it's actually much smaller things that I was thinking about. Like, I noticed you and me were both changing the sensitivity of the controls because it was like way oversensitive.
Yeah,
and
all tweakable.
Yeah. So, but you know, when you think about that as a concern compared to where we were last year, I mean, this is easily fixable stuff going into the final stretch of development.
Yeah.
And I think the game was looking really, really interesting. It was like a pretty small slice of it, mind you, but you got to see the open world, you got to see the bunkers. So it was, you know, shaping up pretty well, I think.
Yeah. So I guess the only real thing is that I would have liked to have seen it running on like a slightly higher end monitor. Because it was in there, it wasn't really bright enough. It was just an LCD. The lights were kind of drowning out, and the whole mission was at night in the dark.
Right.
So you're relying on flashlights a lot. But still, very promising. Really happy where they're going with it.
Yep. Should we move on to the second game?
Let's go.
Because everybody is talking about this for various reasons. But Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, I would rate this. I mean, the first trailer we saw earlier in the year, I think, I still think it's probably the best debut game trailer I've seen in years.
Yeah, and because it was actually game.
It was actually, yeah, and it really
together
did.
Nicely.
They just laid out the stall for the game, and it was just absolutely, you know, fantastic what we were seeing. We're seeing more now. Pre-Gamescom, there was quite an extended press segment given out.
Right, I sat in on that.
Yep.
So yeah, that's right. So they do have it at the show, like in a theater, but before this, they actually sort of shared a nice video stream with us, which pretty good quality, where we actually get to see the game kind of being played, and they brought out some of the developers to talk about it being played. And one of the things I actually gathered from the beginning, I'm like, this kind of reminds me of the old Starbreeze stuff. Because Machine Games does have some Starbreeze talent.
Like Chronicles of Riddick.
That's in their legacy.
Yeah.
Somebody referenced the Chronicles of Riddick.
That's what we were talking about yesterday.
They were very clear that inspirations here follow that, perhaps.
The Chronicles of Riddick games are really
but
good.
It's pretty obviously inspired by that. And it reminded me of Riddick mainly because it's not just about pure action. It's also like
stealth action,
there's dialogue
puzzles,
stuff. You know, there's a lot of hand-to-hand combat. There's puzzles to solve. It does that thing like Riddick, where it like switches to a third-person camera every time you're doing specific things, and all of that looks great. And of course, it is id Tech, right? We didn't actually get to play it though, which is a shame.
Right.
But I guess the other thing tech-wise I'm excited about is that this is one that's going to have enhanced ray tracing features on PC.
Right, that's right. Yeah, that was announced. Yeah, basically full path tracing, full RT they call it. It's it's just potentially transformative in terms of detail, in terms of fidelity, and it's great to see that NVIDIA partnership to know that we're going to get those high-end features. I think that's really, really exciting.
Exactly.
But I'm just really, really excited about this game generally because if you just think about what constitutes an Indiana Jones movie, it's made for games. You've got your set pieces, you've got your action, you've got your puzzles. You know, you think about like Raiders of the Lost Ark, the Staff of Ra, that kind of thing.
Yeah, for sure.
You think about all of this stuff, and it all transitions perfectly to the video game template. And I understand this is possibly the biggest and most ambitious projects that Machine Games have ever taken on.
I mean, it's funny, developers love to say this, right? But I feel like I have no reason to doubt them in this case, given their excellent track record. Machine Games has done a lot of awesome stuff, and this looks to be holding that up. So I'm very curious to play it.
Yeah.
What I'll be very curious then to see is, while I would say the full RT mode is probably going to wind up being the best way to play it. Right. Can't wait to see that PS5 Pro version, huh?
Yeah, well, that's the big controversy of Gamescom. Towards the climax of opening night live was, you know, it's going to come out on Xbox, Steam, Game Pass. Okay, we know that. And then suddenly the PlayStation 5 logo pops up. The Jeff Keighley, one more thing, which is proven to be wildly controversial. But ultimately, we've been talking about this a lot on the podcast on DF Direct, and it is basically just the direction of travel, basically, that's gaming's going through right now. The audience has got to get bigger. You've got to put it onto more end user hardware. You've got to have more people playing the game to justify these ever increasing budgets. So this doesn't surprise me. And I guess the question is, we're going to see this super high-end PC version. I mean, full RT, you can't get any more ambitious than that. So, you know, id Tech, legacy of fantastic technology, legacy of pushing consoles and PC. What are they going to do with those consoles? That's the big question, right?
Yeah, especially, I mean, id Tech's very fast, but this is also an opportunity that I don't think we've seen id Tech running full RT, as they call it.
Right.
So that should be very, very cool indeed. So, yeah, I mean, I'm excited for that one. That's definitely topping my list in terms of games to be excited about right now.
Yeah.
And I guess it's coming out at the end of this year in December, right?
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
And then sometime in early 2025 for PS5.
Wasn't it spring 25?
Spring 25.
Yeah.
The PS Funf, as they say. Yeah, the quintuple.
So, base PS5, we'd expect it to be broadly comparable to the Series X.
Yeah,
version,
and
right?
this year I'm trying to pick up a PS5 and a
Xbox
that
is the question,
Series.
Right. I
and
mean,
I guess from there,
not exactly excited about that though.
More generally
I'm,
into id Tech,
probably going to pick them up in
widely,
November during.
there's more id Tech games coming. We've got Doom the Dark Ages, which looks fantastic as well.
And I'm very curious to see from which
I've been saving
id
up
Tech
for it.
this stuff is actually derived, because I assume they had to split at some point, right?
Right.
Because you're dealing with, but they work together too, as they did with Wolfenstein 2.
Yeah.
When I say Wolfenstein, I'm like, where's Alex?
He should be here, but he couldn't make it.
Should be right here, but he's not.
Yep.
Oh man, it's just not the same. But yeah, so that's looking really good.
Yeah.
But our next title is one of those unknown things that just kind of shows up. And
he probably says Wehrmacht.
Apparently, it had been revealed a month ago.
Yes.
I had completely missed it.
But we were looking for B-roll last night on YouTube, and the trailer had 40,000 views, and it had been up for 4 weeks.
Exactly.
And then yesterday we went to the NVIDIA booth. We saw a wide range of fantastic stuff. You actually missed Dragon Age.
Oh no!
You did, yeah.
I had another point.
But you didn't miss Black State from Motion Blur.
That's what we're talking about, Black State.
Yep.
Love that name, Motion Blur. So this is a Turkish development team.
Yep, 35 people, 35, 40 people.
So to me, this kind of
vibes.
struck me as this feels like this could be the next kind of Wukong style game, where it's this game where
it's a game where you kind of see the footage and it's pretty amazing looking, but then it kind of takes on a life of its own in the run up to launch. I think we've got a sleeper hit on our hands here.
So at its core, it seems to be sort of a Metal Gear Solid 5 inspired sort of stealth action experience, if you will. Some of the gameplay shows some cool, sort of knife kills, stealth kills, but all that.
Yep.
They've also implemented what I call Remedy style world bending. Like you open the door on the ship, and instead of going inside the ship, you're in a museum.
Yep.
But so why did this blow us away? Well, so there's always this thing about ray tracing. People are like, nobody notices ray tracing, whatever. This is one of those games where I feel like the ray tracing makes such an impact that even those that are
some games I want it
strongly against ray tracing are going to be like, whoa, this is nuts. But it's not just the ray tracing, mind you. It's also just the asset quality,
even
the materials quality, the way that they've rendered out this world. It just looks phenomenally good.
Yeah, asset quality is just off the charts. The thing is, on a lot of our content, we really like to showcase the graphics, so we like to go, close in, take a close look at all of the tiny details that make up any given level in a game, and that's exactly how the developers presented it to us. It was almost like watching a Digital Foundry video in real time, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly. They were showing things zooming in. So there's these labs that they were exploring, and every little tiny bottle, medicine bottle, little chemical bottle, had its own unique bespoke label. Everything was carefully placed, the lighting and the shadows on everything, the reflections and everything, just the best I think I've ever seen.
Yep. And
so here's the kicker, is that they were just using DLSS. Oh, so here's some of the footage with the lab area.
Yep.
They were just using DLSS 3, not with ray reconstruction.
Right. And I don't think they had frame generation.
I don't think so either. But they also, so this was using the default Unreal Engine 5 denoiser.
Right.
And they were running it at a high resolution. It was still running really well. And that was just outstanding. But some of the little details you don't normally see, for instance, is it was running at 100 to 120 frames per second, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
a powerful PC.
It turns out that the developers are quite a small outfit. They didn't have a huge budget for equipment, so they're actually developing on like 30 series cards. They're not, you know,
Oh, that's
it's not
cool,
as if they're
then.
targeting best of the best hardware. They're looking for literally outstanding results like this, but they're getting it from
Alpha 30 series. That's
last
good.
generation hardware, which means it's going to scale up beautifully to, you know, whatever hardware will be available.
I like the way you just
out.
split apart like that.
So,
yeah,
that
all
was
right. I
interesting,
like a
wasn't it?
gun
So they
that'll
haven't
explode
implemented
you from the
frame
inside
generation yet,
out.
and they're already at like
That's
a 4K
fun.
120 frames.
Exactly.
Blow 'em up.
So
Well,
a
it
lot
helps
of
if you hit
physics
'em.
interactions in there.
Yep.
There was the glass. The glass
It's so
panels
good.
actually have Fresnel implemented.
Yep.
So when you look at this like thick glass that you might see in an office complex, you actually get that sort of blue tinge with the reflections when it's off axis, which looks extremely realistic. It's typically something you'd only see in like a path traced game, but they actually implemented it here in real time.
Yep.
And that was just, man, it just looks.
Ah, the
It's
glass.
definitely, you
That
know,
was
so
really
getting this
cool
right
looking.
in terms of gameplay is going to be tough, and I
As
hope
someone
they
who's
can pull
kicked
it
in
off.
many windows
it
and
looks
doors,
very promising
looks
so
cool.
far.
Yeah,
and there's still a
I wanna
lot
try
of
this.
what ifs and unknowns, right, that we're looking at here. But just in terms of making
Like not owning a
visual
PlayStation
impact,
for like the
it's
last
definitely,
decade
I guess,
is one of the
best
reasons
things
that I
I've seen
haven't been
from
able to
Unreal Engine
play
5 so far.
like Metal Gear
Without
type
a doubt.
games.
So the interesting thing is last
So it'd be
night
really
we were
cool to
actually
try
looking for
this.
footage for this on YouTube, and we saw that trailer that only had like 40, 50,000 views, but it didn't have the ray tracing active.
Right, it was just still using screen
you can
space
use this as
stuff.
a distraction. That's kinda
We were
cool.
actually able to toggle between ray tracing on and off in this, and you could see like the fallback cube maps or low res. But to be fair, like the game still looked amazing even without ray tracing. So it's not like it's just like
That's
it's
cool,
not like
then.
ray tracing here is like making
Ray
all the
tracing
difference, right?
can
It
be
makes
good.
it look great. But
It's like a control moment.
But it's nice
isn't
if
it?
you
Like,
already
Control
set
is a
up
really
like
good looking game
a
from
game to
Remedy,
look good
but
without it.
turn on the ray tracing
And then it
it's
just looks
actually
better with it.
transformed.
Exactly. So, plus I'm excited to see like these guys they seem super passionate. They were so excited to show this.
So excited
They
to
seem
try
so
it.
like nervous and like just kind of like
Like,
bright-eyed
I can feel
and
the low
bushy-tailed,
frames,
if you
but that's
will, where it's
okay.
like, man, we're showing this cool game. We're really working hard on this kind of thing, and I like to see developers like that basically come up with something that looks this impressive and like kind of blow us out of the water. It feels fresh.
So NVIDIA's Phil Scott, who's basically involved in developer relations, before we went into the room, he just sort of quietly whispered to us, you're going to like this one.
Yes, he did.
That was great, wasn't it?
Oh, God, good old Phil Scott. What a
But yeah,
guy.
this is kind of like why I love to come to events like this and why I'm still in this game after so long. It's because you get these moments where you see something that's genuinely surprising, genuinely brilliant, that you didn't expect, that came out of nowhere. And it's these moments that kind of make events like Gamescom for me. It's just fantastic.
Absolutely. And I mean, we've talked about things like these 3 games today, but there was actually a lot of great stuff here at the show, a lot of great people to meet up with. It's been really rewarding, and that's kind of what makes Gamescom great.
Yeah.
And it's something I kind of miss, when we don't have these shows. So I'm so happy that Gamescom has been back and doing well, and there's a good turnout of people out there. If you can see what's happening behind us, there's definitely stuff out there.
Stuff going on. We've barely
Yeah, wow,
scratched the
that's a
surface.
little bit scary, but yeah.
Yep. One more thing about Backstage, which I think was quite exciting, is that they're targeting PC.
Right. That is something they told us as well. It's like, yeah, PC is kind of their focus here.
Yep.
Like they want to make a high-end PC game first, which is something we don't actually see that often, because consoles they command a fairly large segment of the market, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and I
but
always
these guys
appreciate
are
when they
like
go PC
seriously
first,
focused
then
on
dumb it
making
down to
something
the
that was
console.
just like hardcore
Instead of vice
PC
versa.
focused.
Yeah, I think console versions will follow, and they're looking to make them the best they can possibly be. And I guess Unreal Engine helps out from that regard.
Right.
But it is rare that we actually see a game that's targeting PC and championing PC at its absolute best. And they're not, they're kind of like put the concerns about consoles to the sort of back foot, so to speak. But yeah, that was definitely, what can I say, a highlight.
Exactly.
But anyway, I think that's kind of going to wrap it up, right?
I guess our time is here.
Yeah, our top 3 games of Gamescom. So, anyway, thanks so much for watching. And be sure to check out Digital Foundry's YouTube channel for more of our content. But up next, it's the Gamescom award show, so don't go anywhere.
Get ready for the next ambitious video game, Dimensionals, a fast-paced RPG that delivers roguelike replayability with action-packed tactics. Collect heroes, level them up, and build a party of 3 to fight bosses throughout different dimensions. Equip your heroes with a diverse set of skills and watch as they come together to create a barrage of attacks and combos. Told in the style of voice-acted comic book cutscenes, experience the rush as you fight your way through dimensions to save the multiverse. Want a better idea of the game? Check out this trailer and dive into the world of Dimensionals, launching on all platforms in 2025 with early access this November on Steam.
When the Rift is in trouble, the only ones you can rely on are...
We saw this one yesterday, so I'm gonna find something. Made in Ukraine. Stalker 2. I don't know if it'll be the same clip from yesterday. If it'll actually be different.
A good man is always on time for lunch.
Who said I'm a good man?
Richter, and the guys from the detention center. And me, Scar.
I like that they dubbed it this go around. That part's been kind of cool.
So you've seen an anomaly outside the zone. A good man is always on time for lunch.
Who said I'm a good man?
Anomaly outside the zone.
That's why I'm here.
Someone messed up.
I've heard the rumors, but never firsthand. And I've got a funny feeling there's more trouble to come.
Jesus.
This
okay,
is
yeah, it
the
is on their
dark
end.
side of the zone.
It's like someone just rested on the pause
another.
button, and it's just pause, unpause, unpause. There you go, they fixed it.
It's here all around us.
Oh
but
my
we
god.
cannot see it.
Oh wait,
I
no,
wonder
start
what's
again.
out there. Eternal spring, the Klondike of artifacts, a new home, or our heart's desires. We want the Shining Zone to reveal itself. Oh, shit's gonna go down at the Institute.
I've been thinking about buying this eventually, just in case. If you want to play certain games, you need a CRT. Or they do make CRT simulators now, like basically like how you can do like ROMs and stuff. What's it called? Not conversions, but anyway, emulators, like CRT emulators now. Ew. Got the long mouth. I'd eat it. Maybe it tastes good. Ew, jiggly butt. Oh, it is Killing Floor. Okay. It's interesting. Killing Floor is good time, but like, I never really had people that could drag me through them all. Like, I get bored, honestly. The VR game was really fun, though. I remember.
IGN has the most thorough, easy to use, and high-tech maps. Like the fast map rises like the letter. Our hot shows and video leave the house.
Oh wait, that's actually it.
It's the third and final day of IGN's live coverage of Gamescom, the biggest video game convention in the universe.
Happy Gamescom, everybody. The entire industry has come together here at Gamescom.
And today is all about the 2024 Gamescom Award Show, celebrating the best, coolest, and most innovative games at Gamescom. The Gamescom Award Show is always the most special day of the show, where amazing game developers from all over the world take home the gold while the crowd goes crazy. And you won't have to wait too long. IGN's live presentation of the Gamescom Award starts right now.
That's cool.
We are here in the merchandise area at Gamescom 2024. Stella, what are we here to do?
We are here to get you merch for the Gamescom Award Show that's happening this week, and I'm so excited.
We are spending Stella's own hard-earned cash. Let's go find some merch.
Wait a minute, what? Wait. I want this one. Since I'm spending my money, I guess. I think we're gonna do this one. What do you got?
What about this Fast and the Furious Mazda RX-7? It's Dom's. It's all about family. Or we can actually get this Batmobile. Let us get the Batmobile. Stella, can I have the Batmobile?
Have you been good today?
Nope.
I think that's a new Batmobile too.
All right, now Ben, I know you're a really messy eater and
actually
you
really
break all
like
your
Robert
dishes. So
Pattinson
which one of
as
these do you
Batman
want to be your
and
next
Bruce.
home set?
I love it.
A little bit.
You know I break dishes,
too
so why not break
introverted,
some really
but
classy
I dug
Mario?
it.
I got a mug here, we got a bowl, we got a bunch of different, we got Pokemon as well. But let's not forget, people love Minions,
Oh,
okay?
no.
And I know your favorite Minion is Dave. Do you think we should give this away? Try me, press it. So much of the convention experience is buying merch, and they always have something to hit every fandom here. We got Captain Marvel. We got, what is it? Wish? Disney's Wish?
Oh my God!
Are you a fan?
No, but I'm gonna write things about you in here. No one else can get to it because it has a lock on it.
All of these are huge with our audience. Zelda? Ever heard of it? I mean, that's Link. I know the difference.
Yoshi's.
They're just so in the way. Look how irritated everyone is around them. Like, oh my god. Like, and a lot of them are just introverts, you can tell. They're just like, like fighting back the urge.
A wicked ghost spider behind him. We also got Princess Peach, all donned up in her green.
Like they're being
from
nice.
Luigi's Mansion. And we've got Spider-Man. We've got, we can't forget this John Byrne brown costume Wolverine with the detail of the hairy arms.
I know, someone had to scratch that in by hand. You know they absolutely love doing that job.
Oh yeah, and it smells like real sweat.
Anyways.
So Stella, I want to get this one for the
A
fans. Do you have
whole
enough money?
full-size Geralt.
All right, maybe we can haggle?
You think so?
Yeah. He looks like he knows what he's talking about.
Yeah.
20
yeah.
bucks.
Definitely try and haggle. I don't know how well we're going to do. We're going to try. Let's go. How about 200? Yeah, no.
250.
What about 4,000?
Well, what's your price?
4,000 we can do.
Oh.
All right.
Yeah, that's way too
$400.
much.
We agreed on $400.
All right. Yes.
I got him, guys. I got him. So I feel like we've checked out all the merch in the merch hall. Stella, what's your favorite?
Well, I mean, aside from the obvious, I love the hat one, but there's actually one place we haven't been yet.
Where's that?
You wanna come along? I'll show you. Come on, let's go. All right, this is the booth I was talking about.
And it's awesome. Now, if you want to be as cool as me and have one of these Fallout hoodies, we have them. We have from Vault 76, 33, and Vault 4, as well as some amazing custom tees, including
Vault
this really cool
111?
Zelda icon one that's got the font, it's got the IGN,
Why do they never give our
and then we've
boys
got an
love
arcade IGN
properly?
tee, as well as a very apt
Or not our
Cologne,
boys, but
Germany
you know, our
IGN
players
as well.
love
It's pretty
properly.
cool, and we have the Brotherhood of Steel Pinfinity set here as well. It's super cool. Fallout is one of my favorite game series, so you know I'm all about that. Tell us about some of the figures that you see.
So we've got some Witcher figures that are really cool. One of my favorite ones is actually the Last of Us Part 2 Joel statue that we have in our display cabinet over there. But honestly, I love all this. I'll have one of everything.
everything?
Well, yeah, you're covering this. So, Stella?
I'm just gonna...
She'll be back.
Hey, more Starship Troopers. Yay, I got a minion, you know?
What's up, everybody?
I don't feel like
Welcome to
Ken
the
says
2024
excited.
Gamescom Awards Show, part of Gamescom Studio Live on IGN. I'm Damon Hatfield, and for the next couple hours, it's going to be a big celebration of the best games of the show. Joining me now are Stella, Brian, and Max. What's up, everybody?
What's up? It's the Gamescom Awards. Look at this crowd.
We're also joined by quite a large crowd outside. Do you think we'll be safe in here?
I think we're okay.
Oh yeah, we've got our
past the
troopers.
barriers.
We've got our troopers there
Okay, yeah,
outside patrolling. I think we're okay.
Depends. Do we count as swag? Because then they'll come get us.
I'm going to toss you out first. Okay, before we get started, if you can't make it to Germany this week, don't worry, because Gamescom has gone worldwide. Gamescom Asia will be taking place in Singapore, October 17th.
Oh, you know what? While this is happening, I
Tickets are
forgot
on
to
sale
put my
now.
laundry in the
first ever
dryer.
Gamescom LATAM took place in Brazil back in June. Brian and I were there.
Yeah.
It's a huge success, I think because of us, and it's returning bigger and better than ever in 2025. Now, back to the Gamescom Awards show. As with every year, IGN is presenting these awards, but the nominees and winners were selected by Gamescom's jury. Let's get to our first category, Best Visuals. Seb, the nominees, if you please.
Yeah, we're starting with a big one, Best Visuals. Let's read out the nominees. Nominee number 1 is Crimson Desert.
Nominee number 2 is Dune Awakening.
And then we have Empire of the Ants.
Followed by nominee Little Nightmares 3, everybody.
And of course, we have Star Wars Outlaws. It's a good list, good list. And the winner for this year's Best Visuals at Gamescom 2024 is...
It is Little Nightmares 3, everybody! Welcome to the stage, it's Coralie! Hey, Coralie!
Hi, Coralie, how do you feel?
Hi, thank you so much. So I'm the Crystal Fitterman. I'm very happy to be here. We are very dedicated to making great visual. Big thank you to the team at Supermassive Games and Bandai Namco.
But I haven't seen anything on Little Nightmares 3 from them.
Congratulations.
From
We're gonna
IGN
send you to
even.
the studio now to talk
Unless
a
they
little
did it on
bit
day
more about
one.
How you feel. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That might have been what happened.
Little Nightmares 3 is being developed by Supermassive Games. It's a standalone sequel to the first 2 games. Like its predecessors, it's a 2.5D spook 'em up, and the creepy visuals definitely made an impression on the Gamescom jurors. It's cool to see a 2.5D horror game win Best Visuals.
I'm very proud of that.
We're
It's really cool to see that
tomorrow
something
I'm gonna do
spooky
another
and
one of
grotesque
these.
and horrifying win, because I love those things.
To see all the stuff we missed, because we didn't even see anything on Borderlands,
It's
stuff like that for this
until a
clip,
hand
so
reaches out
it
and
must have
grabs
been the
you
day
from the
one
wall.
for them. We'll just skip
And
the
we're
bits
now
we've
joined by
seen.
producer on Little Nightmares 3. Welcome and congratulations.
Thank you so much. I'm really happy to be here. I really wanted to thank the team and especially our creative director, Wayne, and our director team. Yeah.
Do you have a name for that style? Because I feel like it's you can very easily kind of see the influences, but like it doesn't, you know,
Didn't
it's
realize
not like
how far back
steampunk
it
or, you know, it
Yeah.
doesn't jump out at you. Do you have like a...
Yeah, we work a lot with the childhood fears, and it's really important to like have that around the game. We are talking about charming horror, in fact. So yeah, that's the idea of having little kids, but at the same time, the horror of that place that is not made for you.
Storybook horror. I love it.
Yeah, how do you figure out
Yeah,
how
I really
to,
like those games.
Well, you figure out different jump scares, but like every time I've played, it's never where I expect it. How do you time that out right?
What are they
So I think it's really important to play on build-up and tension, like the way in some places you think you are safe, but in fact you are not, and playing on that side, and the visuals, the audio, like everything is
Yeah,
working
I
up towards
love the
that to get
visuals
this,
of those
this
games.
atmosphere at the end.
One of my favorite elements of this is the way you all play with scale, right? You have very small objects, very big objects, tiny things that scare you and big things that scare you. How does that all come together, deciding what goes where and how big and small it should be?
So yeah, the idea is really that
remember
you
the
are
name
in a
of
map
that.
that's not made for you.
Like, there's
The
no loan
world is
sale and all
made
that.
for
The
enemies.
side-scrolling
It's not for you as a children.
adventure games
so
like
you
this I
really need
really
to
like.
feel like you are, not safe and also not powerful at all. So even with the item that we have, it will not really help you at the end, I think.
Now you've got a giant baby there that's kind of a menacing, looming thing in the background, and you recreated that over at your booth.
Yeah, we have an
Terrifying.
inflatable. Yeah, it's great. I love it. And I love the fact that we have the hands this year, and so you can take photos on the booth. We also have the playable demo, so if you want to have a look.
Very nice.
Yeah.
So Supermassive Games
Inside
is taking over
is the
development
game.
from the previous developer.
Games
What
like
has
Inside
Supermassive
and
done
stuff
to
like
like
that really
sort of
does
put
it
your
for
own
me.
personality on the visuals this time?
Yeah, I think like we are having a
Like,
lot of
No Lone
look at
Sail and
Cinemas
all
1 and
that.
2, replaying everything like all the time. But at the same time, we wanted Supermassive to also be able to be creative and prove also things from them. So I cannot really give you details, but I think something where they helped a lot is the online co-op, because with that game, it's the first time you will be able to play with someone. And so the fact that Supermassive Games before worked on online games, it really helped, I think, on that.
Yeah, I know this is a standalone game, but does it still tie into the original story that we do follow the main characters on?
Yeah, completely. So Little Nightmares is a whole universe at the end. So we are talking about the Nowhere, which is the place where you are here, the place of the nightmares. And so we also have a podcast as well that is tied to another part of the world, which is the county. So you can explore that a bit more, and everything is consistent, but you don't need to play Little Nightmares 1 and 2 to play Little Nightmares 3. You can. You will find some nodes and everything.
Since you're waiting for
There's
visuals,
still
is there a particular
TC?
visual in the game that
Okay.
you're fond of that wouldn't be a spoiler?
So I'm not quite understanding some of the
Yeah,
stuff
I
she
think
says. 'cause
what
she
I
talks
love
a
is the
little
fact
fast
that we
for me.
have several environments, and you can see that in the trailer as well. Like you can explore a bit if you want to have a look and see the different. Try to
is easier
find
if I
out
can
like the
watch your
different
mouth,
chapters
though.
that we haven't revealed yet, but some of them are part of the trailer. And I think it's really cool that each part, each chapter, each location is so different, and the way we have been working on that to make sure that each of them has their own like specificities and enemies and everything. So.
Very cool. Congratulations again.
Yeah, thank you so much.
That's Little Nightmares 3, and now let's check out a slick new trailer for Warframe 1999.
Boss. All right. It's gonna be like War Thunder 2, or I mean Warframe, or is it gonna be part of the same game? Just looks like the Matrix.
Dares to show its face at night.
Wood.
Meet the co-star of your grand finale.
What in hell? Mitrati, what devils follow you?
It'd be cool to actually have some story for once. Because I remember the original Warframe didn't exactly have a story, to be honest. Like, it did, but like, loose. Very loose. Sounds very inspired by Instinct and Backstreet.
And the next category is Best Audio.
I like his shirt.
Let's head right into the nominees for Best Audio 2024 here at Gamescom. And the first nominee is Dune Awakening. The second nominee.
Kingdom Come Deliverance 2.
And we have Little Nightmares 3.
Let's hear it for nominee Nine Souls.
And last but not least, we have Star Wars Outlaws. Awesome nominees. Let's head right over to the winner. And the winner for Best Audio here at Gamescom 2024 is...
It's only Little Nightmares 3. Welcome, Coralie.
Welcome back, Coralie.
She just walked away.
Thank you so much. We're already happy. Just a big thanks to Supermassive Games, Barney Namco, the whole audio team, and yeah, the team working on the game. Thank you.
Awesome. Well done again.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. Let's hear it for Coralie, everyone. Little Nightmares 3.
I wonder if it's co-op now.
I am, and I can't wait to hear this game. I actually haven't had a chance because the crowd's so loud.
Yeah.
But I watched the trailer earlier. I can't wait to play it. It's here on the Gamescom show floor, and tons of people, as you can tell, have played it and are very excited for it. I mean, that crowd is going crazy out there.
I always have to play these games with the audio on low because I jump way too easily at any sort of creaks. So I can only imagine what this is going to be like.
That's right.
We're joined once again by our friend from Supermassive Games. Congratulations again.
Welcome back.
Hi again. Thank you.
Visuals and audio. Very cool.
Yeah, I'm really happy, and I think they are complementary, and it's really what we are creating with Little Nightmares, making sure we have great atmosphere, both audio and visual. Yeah, just before we were talking about the way we are keeping tension and stuff like that, I think audio is so important for that because you can tease a monster. When you hear them, they are very scary, but when you don't, they are even scarier, I think, really.
What is your favorite scary sound in the game? You don't have to recreate it.
I love the audio of Monster Baby, the way she's childish at the same time. So yeah, I really like that. I think like the most important for the scariness of the audio is even more like the little sound in the middle, you know, like everything ambient and stuff like that, and not necessarily the screaming.
Now, you mentioned this.
I'm guessing they're giving stuff away in the background. That's why the people keep
series
screaming
coming up,
about nothing.
I'm curious how that works because this is such an inherently
While
visual
also
series. Can you
listening
tell
to
us a little bit
them.
about that?
Yeah,
over
so the
loudspeakers.
audio series, the podcast, is available on all platforms, and so that's taking place in the counties, which is kind of the real world if we had to like compare to reality. And so that's where people are talking, and you will be able to like discover a bit more about like the deep lore, if I can say it like that, because we have a lot of stories to tell with Little Nightmares, and yeah, the game are only one part of that.
So with the audio in the background, do you do certain things that instill a psychological feel of fear, like how sometimes movies use
Oh, it ain't dead.
background noise of bees buzzing? Do you incorporate any of that into this game?
Yeah, completely. Like it's like in each room you will be able to like sometimes hear or sometimes not, and it's really what is like interesting for me. Like in the demo, we have something really interesting, which is like at some point you cannot hear Monster Baby anymore, and I think that's the scariest moment in type of audio because you don't know where she is, and she's so big that if you don't hear us, might like where she is.
Yeah, I think when people think of like audio horror, they think about screaming and loud noises and stuff like that. But the absence of sound entirely is sometimes more terrifying.
I like that
the
way
thing you
more.
thought was there is no
Also,
longer
because it
there.
doesn't
No,
make
it's like
you
when you
jump
see a spider in the
by
bathroom,
sudden
that's
loud
scary, but then
noise
when it
and get a
runs under
cheap
something,
scare.
it's still there. You're like, okay, that's even worse.
Yeah, it's super important to
Yeah.
play on that and to make sure that when we make audio, they are crafted exactly on the right way to like, yeah,
Oh, she's
give
saying
that tension.
audio.
Now you've had people playing
That's
the
the
game
word I
with-
wasn't understanding.
with headphones on, I presume.
Yeah, of course.
Have you seen anyone jump?
Yeah, we do see that. And I think it's really cool, and it's really cool that people can put their hand on the game for the first time. It's really nice to see the feedbacks and everything. I really love it, yeah.
Has anyone come up to you afterwards and be like, "You scared the hell out of me"?
Yeah, we have that, and even at the office. Yeah.
Well, congratulations again.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Little Nightmares 3 again. Now let's take another look at the trailer. This is called Brute Horse.
Hey, stop there, you proudless peasants! Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
I fucked up. I fucked up. I feel like I saw something about this game a while back. I don't remember. Wait, Bohemia Interactive? Really? Of all the companies that work on it.
For best gameplay. The next category here at the Gamescom Awards. Let's read out the nominees. The first nominee.
Blueprints.
The second nominee is Empire of the Ants.
Third nominee, Frostpunk 2.
Oh, and the fourth one is a good one. Planetenverteidigungskanonenkommandant.
I couldn't have done it.
Last but not least, nominee is The Alters.
And let's have a look
Guessing
at
it's
the
like
winner
Planet Commander.
of Best Gameplay here at Gamescom 2024.
And the winner is Frostpunk 2.
Oh, okay. I was hoping it was the really long titled one.
Gabriella, how are you?
Oh, I'm great. Thank you so much on the behalf of the whole 11-bit studio team and Frostpunk 2 dev team. We just wanted to say a big thank you to everybody that voted and the community. Amazing to be winning the Best Gameplay Award, considering the game is releasing in less than a month. and we still have so many new additions and updates to the game coming, all thanks to player and community feedback. So it really, really means the world. Thank you, everyone.
You're very welcome. Let's head over to the studio and talk a little bit more about the game.
Frostpunk 2 is the sequel to the 2018 city building survival game. This time you'll need to manage your city and make difficult decisions during a bleak volcanic winter. And while IGN isn't deciding on these winners, we did preview Frostpunk 2 earlier this year and found it to be brutal, cruel, and very fun.
It's a good combination of things. I like all those flavors coming together.
Huh.
I played a little bit of the first
wish
game. I think Max, you did too?
Yeah, a little bit. Not very good at it. I'm a very bad mayor.
That's what kind of turned me off of these sort of games.
Didn't you say you got
for a
kicked
while.
out or something?
I got kicked out of the town.
Or they are
and then
millions,
I froze
I mean.
to death.
We're joined by communications lead for 11-Bit Studios.
That's correct.
Welcome and
Hi.
congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It means really the world to us to
This
win
is
the
awesome.
best gameplay award. Yeah, thank you.
So what sort of evolutions from the first game did you make for this game? Because it seems like a massive jump from sequel to sequel.
That is so true. The scale is immeasurable, incomparable to Frostpunk 1. Everything is bigger, harder, and more stressful as everything with Frostpunk. It's such a unique survival city builder game, and with Frostpunk 1 you had days passing, now it's months. You had hundreds of people to take care of, now it's thousands. The scale is really, really completely different. You don't build specific houses, you build districts like house or industrial zones. So
I
really
feel like that
your
would be
task
more
as the
accessible to
steward
me.
couldn't be harder.
No pressure, yeah.
No
Even if
pressure,
it's
but that's what the
considered.
strategy people, strategy community loves. And I think we are providing what the Frostpunk community really wants, which is just a very stressful and challenging experience.
And you've got like factions and elections now?
That is correct. So in Frostpunk 1, like really your biggest challenge was nature, and now it's human nature. We have factions and communities. Since Steward is governing like thousands and thousands of people, surely they have to be like communities and factions building, and they don't get along. So if you want to pass a law in a House of Delegates in the City Council, you kind of have to weasel your way into it, convince someone, but if you convince one faction, the other one will definitely hate you for it. So it's like a balancing act of making it work so you survive as the steward, as the tagline says, the city must not fall.
Now, we were just looking at some gameplay here. It looks amazing. One of the things popped up and it said, everyone's hungry. What can you do to help them? And you can help them, but you can also just disregard the issue. So tell me about just a full, lawlessly evil playthrough. Like, how just terrible can you be here?
Oh, you can be as terrible as you can possibly be, really. And I think this is, sadly, I think what usually people go for. I usually try to have like a nice playthrough, but that's also impossible. But yes, like in Frostpunk, everybody's hungry, everybody's cold. You can't really please everyone, and also considering like with Frostpunk 1, like the children also like yearning for the mines, right? You had to have the mines as well. So this comes back as well. It is a brutal game, but I think in the most as it can be like the most fun and exciting way, you know, like the brutal aspect of it is the fun part. And yes, you can be truly
Well, it's got all the technical, features of a strategy game, but it's got the morality of a good RPG, where it's like you've got to make difficult decisions, and your choices are going to matter, and there's not really always black and white. It's a lot of gray area.
A lot of gray area, as the snow and the coal, and really, as I've mentioned, it is like this balancing act, but it is true that there is like no chance to really. Winning doesn't mean everybody's happy, right? Winning means you survive, right? And it's really difficult with all the factions and communities wanting different things, and you just kind of have to choose for yourself, pick a side, and hope it's the right one.
The game is out in a month. Are you going to celebrate, go do something lighthearted, maybe go to Hawaii or Disneyland?
Oh, for sure. Maybe trip to the mine or something, like just to get into this immersion, of Frostpunk.
We all yearn for the mines.
Yeah, we all yearn for the mines. But really, I think considering it's September 20th and like early access September 17th for those with deluxe edition, I think maybe we'll just put the AC like at the minus, like 20 degrees or something for this like immersive experience. So maybe that's what we'll do. Maybe that's it. Yeah.
All right, Frostpunk 2, best gameplay. Congratulations once again. All right, now we have to take a quick break. We'll be back with more Gamescom awards right after this.
This dude just keeps changing shirts, I feel like. Unless he's wearing that earlier.
IGN store has it all.
Waiting for them to just start decking each other.
To vinyl you love. 100.
What do you mean you don't?
It belongs.
There you go, showing proper lift technique. Hell yeah. That's what we like to see. I really do like his crazy mic setup and like lab going on. Oh, he's gonna... I was waiting for that dude to drop it. I'm guessing it's an empty box and that's why they're having trouble like holding it. Throw it into the crowd!
Welcome back to the Gamescom Awards Show. We've had a ton of great games and winners so far, but up next is sure to be the most entertaining of all. That's because it's the award for most entertaining. Seb and Jane, what have you got for us?
And we're here for most entertaining game of Gamescom 2024. Let's read out the nominees.
Nominee number 1, Enzoy. Enzoy, everybody.
Oh yeah, the second nominee is Monster Hunter Wild.
Third nominee, Palworld.
The fourth one is my most favorite German title ever, Planetenverteidigungskommandant.
He's getting really good at saying that.
Star Wars Outlaws.
And the winner for most entertaining game here at Gamescom 2024 is Monster Hunter Wilds. Welcome to the stage, Vivian and Laura.
Welcome. Hello.
Congratulations. How do you feel?
Amazing. It's such an honor, really. Thank you so much. We actually have a special message from our developers, and they want to say thank you for this award, and they are so thrilled at the amazing response at the first ever.
As soon as I saw Monster Hunter, I'm like, that's winning.
Monster Hunter Wilds here at Gamescom 2024.
Awesome, welcome.
We got one more thing to say.
It's such an honor to have our efforts recognized in this way, and we'll be sure to bring all your appreciation and passion back to the team in Japan.
Thank you very much for being here. Let's head over to the studio. Thank you.
Monster Hunter Wilds is the next mainline entry in the long-running Monster Hunter series. We recently previewed it and found it to be exactly what we were hoping for. Stella, what are you hoping for with Monster Hunter Wilds?
More cats! I am so excited. You can actually customize your Palico, which is like your little feline friend. I am so excited because I loved playing Fashion Monster Hunter, and they actually got rid of the gendered armor, so now you can wear whatever pieces you want, which is amazing. And of course, here to talk to us, and for me to thank you for giving us the opportunity to actually change your cats to look like our cats. Thank you so much. Here are the developers. Hi.
Hi. Oh, God. Sitting on a cake.
So congratulations.
Thank you so much. It's such an honor. I'm really the team is so happy right now.
So people are playing the game here at Gamescom, right? And how many of them have killed that huge spider?
Not actually, but they have killed different other monsters.
All right. What's been sort of your favorite reaction from the audience playing here at the show?
Oh, definitely how they experience the version and how they experience the hunting, because we have a single-player version here, so they experience the story mode, and also a multiplayer version, so they can play with their friends here actually, and they think it's amazing. It's just so nice to see the response to the game.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask about the new carting system. Is there still the animation of the cats throwing you out of the cart, or is it still them, I think I did see an animation of them throwing some healing powder on you, you just stand back up.
Oh, that depends. It's different, actually.
Oh, okay, so we get different ones now. Okay, I love that. I'm so excited. Do you have cats, and have you customized your Palicos to look like your cats?
Actually, I don't have cats, but I always use the same Palico for years.
Really? Oh, so it's consistent through the games. That's amazing.
Stella, have you customized your cats at home?
What do you mean? They come like that. But in game, I definitely will be
Right.
customizing them to look like my cats at home. So which monster is your favorite that you have seen in the game so far?
Absolutely. Oh, sorry. Absolutely, Lala Barina. That's the one we introduced to all our fans in the Gamescom opening night live, and it's such a beautiful monster. And I'm looking forward to hunt it in the game in 2025.
So the name, obviously, she's very elegant, but also the name sounds very much like a ballerina. Was that intentional because her movement is very fluid, very pretty?
So the development team always has their way of finding like the perfect combination for each monster and the design that they want it to look like, want it to be named like. So yeah, I think that there are many more monsters that we can await that have very, very interesting looks and names.
What has been your favorite new gameplay addition in Wilds that hasn't been in the previous versions?
Mine is definitely the focus mode because it allows you to concentrate on different weakness points, and it's so helpful because now you can see where you hit a monster and you can concentrate on that point. And also the new focus mode attacks look so amazing for different weapons.
I can't tell you the amount of times I thought an attack would hit, but it didn't, so I am so thankful for this mode. I am really excited. Do you have a favorite armor set?
Not yet.
Not yet. Ooh, but do we have, how many more new armor sets do you have, if you have like a general number?
We can say that.
Ooh, can't say that. That means it's a lot.
Oh my goodness, that means I'm going to be mix and matching?
More than
I'm
one.
So excited.
But what I can say, what we announced yesterday is that now, no matter which character model you choose,
Yes.
you can wear both armor versions.
I am so happy for that.
Yes.
So I think with the armor sets, we did get to see people being able to craft things. So obviously with new monsters, there are going to be new combinations. Do we have the option to change the colors and everything too to match any set?
That's to be found out.
Okay, I keep asking. I'm so excited.
How are we looking?
What have you learned from like watching people play the game now finally here at Gamescom? Have there been anything you're like, oh, they're having trouble with this monster, or they really like this class or this armor set?
We definitely saw that they have all different approaches to hunting the monsters. But that's also something that we saw that even new players, they tend to like directly start into the game. And with the single player version, we also have the addition of a tutorial helping people find their weapon choice. And what we learned from watching players is that they definitely know what they want. They know what weapons they want, and they're very, very keen on trying different things, and that's very nice to see.
Now, this franchise has been around for a long time now. Has it been cool watching that audience sort of grow and
Yes.
evolve with the game series?
Yeah, definitely, it's amazing. So it's been around for such a long time, and like Monsanto Wilds is to be like the milestone of the series so far, and we are very thrilled for what's coming for us in 2025.
Yeah, so this is the first series where your character and your Palico do speak, right?
Yes.
So why was this the right time to bring that into the gameplay and story?
Oh, maybe, you know,
Because it's
there are
awesome.
several things that the community wished for a very, very long time. And along with like the both version armor sets and also the crossplay, this is something that people wish for. And this is like something that the developers like wanted to implement in this terms because, yeah, just like because we want the community to be as happy as possible.
Monster Hunter Wilds, most entertaining game at Gamescom. Congratulations.
Congrats.
Thank you.
All right, up next we have another trailer. This is Constance.
This feels like it's inspired by Bob Ross. You just gotta beat the devil out of it. Just gotta beat the devil out of it. That's fun. So that's what, tomorrow? No, that was 2 days ago.
Everything is epic here at Gamescom, right? But we're looking at the nominees for most epic at Gamescom 2024. And let's read out the nominees for most epic.
First nominee, Crimson Desert.
The second nominee is Dune Awakening.
Third nominee, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2.
And the fourth one, I have a hard time reading out these nominees because the fourth one is also very epic, Monster Hunter Wilds.
What is most epic?
Last but not least,
I'm thinking Doom, honestly, or Star Wars.
And the winner for most epic here at Gamescom 2024 is Monster Hunter Wilds.
Really? I guess that's pretty much a gimme.
Unfortunately, there was no parking available for the monsters outside, so they couldn't make it in time. So instead, guys, we're gonna have a look at a wonderful trailer of Mouthwash.
I was just thinking, I'm like, this looks like a horror game.
I see it so clearly. There moves a crack in the wall. Behind God's back. Healing colors, electric and constant. We're already here.
So weird.
We all need some wholesome stuff in our lives, right?
Without guilt.
So we
Like, all the stuff at the bottom
the
is kind of
nominees
neat.
for most wholesome game here at Gamescom 2024, and the nominees are.
First nominee, Creatures of Ava.
Second one is Tavern Talk.
Third nominee, Tiny Bookshop.
Urban Jungle is number 4.
And finally, Voodoo.
Let's have a
Who
look
do
at the
you
winner. The winner of most wholesome 2024 is Tavern Talk. Oh, thank you so much. Congratulations. Come on over. Come on over. Come on
Just
over.
giving out stuff.
Mitchell, how do you feel?
Great. It's amazing.
Oh, they got a
Never
barmaid.
thought this would
That's
happen,
fun.
to be honest.
Or a tavern
we're
wench.
just totally overwhelmed. Thank you so much, everyone.
You're very welcome. Head over to the studio to talk a little bit more about your most wholesome
I feel like I've seen
game.
her somewhere before. So I wonder if she does other cosplay.
Congratulations.
Serving drinks and making merry with your various patrons. It was released on June 20th and is currently available on Nintendo Switch and PC. This game looks really charming.
It's so cute. Oh, look at the little creature in the cup. I need to play this. I did not have this on my radar, but now I do, and it looks absolutely adorable.
Hello there.
Hello.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Tavern Talk.
So Tavern Talk has a wonderful hook where basically you're playing as an NPC.
Right.
And you have to talk to all the adventurers.
Yes.
Oh, no.
What's going on in their world?
Everything.
Yeah, so they all have their own quests, they all have their own issues and things they ponder and have to work around. And so they come to your table and ask for advice, for comfort sometimes, or just bounce their ideas and what's on your mind. And you give them advice and comfort, and
those people are
pour them a drink.
freaking out.
That's what you do in the game. You mix them something up, and so they can go on the next quest and succeed.
So I am a big player, a D&D player, and I feel like this is very D&D inspired.
Exactly.
Because you have a lot of NPCs who give you hints for quests, right?
Right.
So I am curious as to whether or not, as the innkeeper, you see your favorite players, your go off on adventures, and maybe they come back with one less party member. Does that happen in this game?
That would be great.
Yeah, I don't wanna say too much, but we looked into this that they actually have.
Ralph didn't make it.
It's hard to tell actually. I don't want to spoil or anything, so it's a bit of a difficult question. But since we're trying to have a very cozy game here, we're trying to pick up people. But there are also a couple of complicated issues coming up over the course of the game. We are out to save the world as the innkeeper a bit as well, so giving everyone the right drink so they can fight the thing that's threatening the land.
Nice. Now, I love these potions. Is there a fictional beverage in this game that you wish was real?
Make quests.
Oh, there's plenty of them, gotta say. For me personally, I always like something
I feel like I actually want to play that.
really gives me some intelligence, so yeah, there's quite a bunch of them.
Did your team do a lot of spend a lot of time in actual taverns for research?
Are you hitting on the placeholder text? Is that what it said?
The large part of the team is actually DMing their own sessions, and so they put all their experience from the last years and sometimes parts of their own lives into this game and into the stories that you can encounter here.
Because I need like a real bar where the drink just sort of materializes through the table on the counter, right?
Yeah. That was actually we sat there and didn't know how to bring the drink from one screen to the other, so we just invented this and thought it was very funny to look at.
It's
and
awesome.
So we kept it in the game. That's how it happened.
It's so cool.
What is the favorite D&D campaign for you or for any of your team members?
Oh, that's difficult. And I think I've been playing really back in the day when there was advanced D&D, so like the second edition back in my studies.
Oh, wow, okay.
And we all play our homebrew, and I think Curse of Strahd is something that really left an impact on everyone, where it's currently being played in the teams as well. So and we even came up with our own one-shot during the Kickstarter campaign that we ran. That is available, and that we will also play in the future on stream. That's one of the last goals that we promised our supporters. Yeah.
That's awesome. So can we expect a tabletop version of this? Maybe in like a...
I don't know. Yeah, maybe.
Ooh, okay.
If the awards are coming, we will have the funds to do that probably. Yeah. We would love to have that actually in some point in the future. So we're brewing on it. So maybe something's coming up.
Yay!
Very cool. Congratulations again.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
Okay, it's time for another quick break, but Gamescom 2024 awards will continue after this.
Can't really read what that is. So I'm guessing you gotta be at the front to win something. If you're like 3 people back, you ain't getting nothing. Except for like little things that they're tossing.
And giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners. And best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection of the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
IGN Store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to violent drinks, durable by quality, and the best and Hester with
God of War. And Vader. Just fucking whip the God of War into the crowd. Catch someone with the edge. A nice corner. They're probably telling people as soon as you win, you need to leave. Or, you know, scooch back from the front.
Welcome back. You're watching the Gamescom 2024 Awards Show. All winners are determined by the Gamescom jury. Next up is the Games for Impact Award. This category recognizes games that convey a significant message and contribute to raising awareness or promoting positive changes in society. We go now to Seb and the nominees.
a super important category. Let's read out the nominees for Games for Impact here at Gamescom 2024. The first nominee.
Creatures of Ava.
Second nominee is Green Guardians VR.
Next up, we've got Out and About.
And nominee number 4 is Rekka.
And finally, our nominee is Tiny Bookshop.
Should we look for the winner?
Let's have a winner.
We have a winner right here, and the winner for Games for Impact 2024 is
Creatures of
Ava.
Star Trek was kind of working.
Welcome to the stage. Congratulations. How do you feel, Pablo?
Thank you so much. We are deeply honored about receiving this award because it means that many players, the message we have made has resonated with them. And apart from that, I can only say thank you. Thank you to our families, our friends, to 11-bit for trusting us with this project, and of course to our incredible team and every person that has worked on EVA to create something truly special.
Congratulations, and let's head over to the studio to talk a little bit more about your Game for Impact.
Thank you.
Well done, folks.
It's a creature-saving game where you tame various monsters and follow their noses in hopes of saving the planet. Sounds like the opposite of Monster Hunter.
Yeah, actually. I mean, technically you can capture the monsters, but I mean, the point is to,
Yeah, no, you do more sort of like conservation work. You've got this this sort of staff that pulls this, you know, toxic substance off of them, and then you can often befriend them, which is really really sweet.
Hello, welcome.
Congratulations.
Oh, I remember this.
Thank you so much.
So I was just saying, I just started Creatures of Ava.
Yeah,
It's
that's way
literally the
back.
last game I played before I got on an airplane over here. Can you explain just sort of the basic hook for anybody who hasn't heard of it?
Yes, so in Creatures of Ava you have to save the animals of a planet that is in the realm of Cataclysm.
You have, there's like a music element too.
Yes, I mean,
It
we
looks
have
like you can
pretty
play
unique
Superman.
mechanics, and one of them is playing the flute, that you can play any song that you like, and that's the way that you manage to save the creatures, to save them, basically.
I was saying that also if you miss a note, if you're not good at playing the music, they don't always like that. They kind of get mad at you sometimes.
yeah, a little bit.
I love that. And is it open world?
We have really big levels.
Yeah.
It's of a biome of planet Ava, so we have a prairie, a jungle, and many other. But you to get through them, you have to just advance on the story, as it's a very narrative game.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, obviously, if I had to ask, and I'm already playing it, it says a lot about how big the levels are and how much kind of sense of scale there is.
Now, the Games for Impact Award here at Gamescom is a very special one. When did your team know that you were making something special? Like, how far in were you like, oh, this is working, this is magical?
I mean, since the beginning, we had this idea of making a game that respected animals and had no violence in it. So from that point, we understood, trying to look at references, that there are not that many. But I think the main moment was when we started controlling a creature from third person, when we saw the potential of the project.
Yeah, so there are so many different alien creatures, and I kind of want to ask which one was your favorite, and what real-life animals inspired that creature?
Okay, so each animal in Ava is inspired by real animals in planet Earth, and then we give them, of course, this alien thingy. But I think for me, my favorite one is the Hismith, which is kind of a mosquito-like, but really giant, and it has like eyes looking for both sides, so it's like kind of funny.
Oh, I like that.
You know your game is special when you put a mosquito in it and people don't want to kill it.
Yeah, for sure. And you can pet it.
Yeah, and you
like
can pet
every
it.
creature.
Pet the mosquito.
No, it is cool. Like there are so many games that are about, you know, capturing or just straight up killing animals, and it's nice to just sort of kind of re-examine that and pull it back and be like, what if you just kind of helped them out and became their friends? That's a nice
Exactly.
idea.
That's what we thought too.
Yeah, and then you also get to kind of like telepathically meld with them and control them, which is also fun. You don't always have to play as a person the whole time, which is cool.
I mean, that's for sure. We wanted to create this connection between the planet, every creature, the natives of it, and again, I don't want to spoil the story, but everything is connected.
Nice.
Yeah. So we saw that the cutscenes were made of almost like an anime art style. Can you explain why you went with that art style as opposed to anything else?
Well, we have been fans of anime, and we felt like having this intro sequence and the ending of the game in this style was really fitting for Ava, and that could express the emotions we wanted them to feel easily. So.
Were there any pop culture influences? Because the animation in the beginning immediately reminded me of Scavenger's Reign, and then kind of connecting with animals is very, very Avatar. Was there anything you guys were pulling from in terms of other media?
I mean, I can truly say that we have been taking references for so many things, for other games, from books, from films, for TV shows, from everything, you know? But that's how development works, I guess.
Fair enough.
Well, this is the Games for Impact Award, a special award, so congratulations again.
Thank you so much.
Be sure to check out Creatures of Ava. It's out now for Xbox and PC. And now we travel to a medieval fantasy world. This is the trailer for Mirthwood.
Welcome to Mirthwood, a sprawling medieval landscape, uncharted and untamed, worlds away from home. Upon arrival, create who you want to be. Choose from various character backgrounds and traits. As you explore Mirthwood, you may need to hunt and forage for supplies. Brave Mother Nature. And craft gear for the road ahead. Embark on quests and stumble upon mysteries across the world. At times, making difficult choices. Your actions in the game will be impactful, affecting your renown, morality, and even how the inhabitants view and interact with you. Mirthwood is a fully simulated, breathing world where citizens go about their daily lives working to survive. The world of Mirthwood is waiting for you to carve your path, whether with spade, sword, or silver tongue. What you'll uncover along the way is anyone's guess.
So it looks like early September to early October, there's gonna be nothing really there necessarily, so I have a plan for that. And also some of these games are gonna take longer than like 2 weeks to play, so it'll probably end up running into that time depending. We'll see. I'm excited though.
And the next category is Best Mobile Game here at Gamescom 2024. Let's read out the nominees, right? Let's do it. First nominee is...
Digital Animals Game.
And the second nominee is Dungeons of Dreadrock 2, The Dead King's Secret.
Next up, it's a little game we call Genshin Impact.
That's a very small one, yeah. We have some fans here. And the next one is Monster Hunter Now. Yeah, also some fans.
And last but not least, we've got Xenia Zone Zero.
And
try that again.
The winner for Best Mobile Game here at Gamescom 2024.
Sound like she's a Zenny.
Genshin Impact!
Of course it is.
Unfortunately, the lads and ladies from Genshin Impact could not be with us tonight, so...
They're very, very busy with their game.
Yeah.
You know.
We just have a look at the wonderful new trailer of Grind 2 instead.
When you're touch starved and need someone to hold your hand. I love body horror, so it's kind of fun. Yet, I probably will not get around to playing it.
We have the nominees for Best Microsoft Xbox Game coming up here.
And the first nominee is Age of Mythology Retold.
The second nominee is Creatures of Era.
Third nominee, Little Nightmares 3, everybody.
Number 4, we have Star Wars Outlaws.
And final nominee, The Alters.
And the winner for Best Microsoft Xbox Game 2024 here at Gamescom is...
Little Nightmares 3. Welcome, Coralie.
Coralie is back.
Another one.
Hi again, thank you so much. And we are really happy to be both on Xbox booth playable at Gamescom and Van Namco booth. So come play the demo, yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Thank
Head
you
over
so
to the
much.
studio.
Give it up, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, Little Nightmares 3 wins yet again, this time Best Xbox Game.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because I remember playing games like little horror games like this on Xbox back in like the Xbox One era, and now we get another one, and you can play with your friend, which is great.
No, this is great. Yeah, this series has a lot of Limbo DNA, which was an old XBLA game.
Yeah, Limbo is another game I really
very much
loved.
Carrying that legacy.
I think Limbo was the first game that got me into all that stuff.
Who it is.
Really happy
And
to be
then
here.
Little Nightmares was
Best
after that.
Xbox game, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you
That
so
whole
much. We are
genre,
really happy at
side-scrolling
Gamescom to be
horror
playable
games, I
both
love
on
them.
Xbox booth and Bandai booth. So
They're
I really
so
and I enjoy seeing people playing the game here at Gamescom. And yeah, if you didn't play it yet, just go have a look.
Yeah, what was it like working with Xbox to bring this to that platform?
Yeah, so we are developing both on Xbox Series and Xbox One. So we really want to make sure that players are having the best experience, but also to have the enhanced visual that offers like next-gen platform and stuff like that. So yeah, we will release on all platforms, including X Series and X1.
Now, Supermassive has a reputation for making very much like I don't want to say mature horror, realistic horror, I guess.
Yeah.
What was it like for the team to kind of shift gears from that to working in something that's much more surreal and illustrative?
Yeah, so I think it's really interesting because like the new visuals and the new Little Nightmares, it also has something special, something different, I think, but at the same time we are really working towards keeping the same atmosphere, and we are replaying the game, I think, like all the time. The team is replaying the games from Little Nightmares 1, Little Nightmares 2 all the time, and it's really making sure that we bring novelty, but at the same time we also keep what makes a Little Nightmares game so cool.
So I know the last time we had 2 characters in Little Nightmares, things weren't exactly the best, so can we expect maybe a little better of an ending for people?
So this year at Gamescom we have focused on releasing a friendships trailer that you might have seen, and I think that's really cool because in the demo especially you can see the relationship between the 2 characters, the way they care for each other and everything. I cannot tell you more about the whole game, but I think it's something we are putting a lot of care inside, and I love the relationship, I love the way they interact together, and like if you play in multiplayer you would play with someone in online co-op, but you can also play single player. And if you do that, the other player will be played by an AI. And so I love the fact that the AI is having like some animations that will give you more about the characters at the end, and you can see that in the demo that is playable here.
So Little Nightmares 3 is scheduled for release next year. Does winning Best Xbox Game, you feel like increased pressure to deliver?
Yeah, kind of. But at the same time, I think like it doesn't change much because we are really making sure that we want to create very qualitative game, and yeah, we'll release next year in 2025. I'm really looking forward to that and really happy to have this award and to be here. Thank you.
Yep, congratulations yet again.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Little Nightmares 3 coming to Xboxes, Switch, PC, and both PlayStations sometime next year. Speaking of which, next up is the Best PlayStation Game Award. But first, you guessed it, a quick break. We'll be right back.
play. Ship
Check out BigBeard.com.
Maps out as your cadet and strategies. Easy list so you and just search for IG.
Okay, so now we're eating it. We finally caught up to the end. Still no closed captioning though. Oh, he had Casper Van Dien sign the back of his
PlayStation Game
helmet. That's
Award.
great.
Greatness awaits on the stage.
Yes, here I am. Best PlayStation Game is the next one. Let's read out the nominees for Best Sony PlayStation Game here at Gamescom 2024.
Okay, up for the award. First nominee is Dragon Ball Sparking Zero.
Ooh, next one is Little Nightmares 3.
Next up, we've got Monster Hunter Wilds.
And the first Berserker is number 4.
And last but not least, our nominee is Unknown 9 Awakening.
Nice, very nice, very nice. Let's have a look at the winner. The winner for Best Sony PlayStation Game here at Gamescom 2024 is Monster Hunter Wilds.
Now, unfortunately, they couldn't get past security here at Gamescom with their monster hunting weapons. So we're waiting for them to get in.
Yeah. So, but we have something nice lined up. We're gonna have a look at the trailer for Commandos Origins.
All right, guys, let's get this job done. I don't want to explain to HQ why an entire outpost is on the lookout for us.
HQ.
We go in and get out before the crowds realize we were here. Meaning none of that heroic crap. Charging in like a headless chicken.
Aw, but I like shooting them really good and throwing grenades.
The Jerry's won't just roll over without
Like, give me a stun and let me go.
Engage them first.
Didn't you just say they shouldn't even know we're here?
We just want to make sure they don't have time to react to us. Pinning their herd, simple as that. Fast and precise. That's how we strike.
You're nuts if you think the three of us are enough to pull this off.
If we want to win the war, we don't have a choice. Not the first time we've done the impossible.
A sniper that can only shoot 20 feet from him. That's the kind of stuff I didn't like about those games back then. Like, I'm just not good at them. I think that's more than anything the reason why I didn't enjoy them. Just I'm not very good. Like, I lack the patience or whatever. But I'll play XCOM. I'll play XCOM all day.
Next up, we have a wonderful list of best PC games here at Gamescom. It's a wonderful list, don't you think, Jane?
It's a lot of great nominees on here, let me tell you.
Yeah, let's read out the nominees for best PC game here at Gamescom 2024. First one,
Dune Awakening.
The second one is Empire of the Ants.
And our next nominee is Frostpunk 2.
Number 4 is Kingdom Come Deliverance 2.
And last but not least, we have The Altars.
Let's read out the winner. The winner is very close to my heart. It's Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Welcome to the stage, Tobias and Martin. Congratulations.
Congrats.
Hello, hello. Martin.
Guten Tag, Gamescom.
Oh.
It's incredible honor
Wait,
and
whoop,
privilege
whoop.
to stand here and to accept this prize on behalf of Warhol Studios. Game development is a team sport, and this prize goes to everyone who worked on the game. Without your contribution, no matter how big or small, there would be no game, no award. Good job, everyone.
Congratulations again. Let's talk a little bit more about the game inside the studio. Thank you, guys. Congratulations.
Congrats.
The original Kingdom Come Deliverance wowed RPG fans with an epic story and a stunningly detailed recreation of medieval Bohemia. Players have been eagerly awaiting a sequel, and Warhorse Studios' follow-up looks like it's building on everything that made the first one so great. People are really excited for this one.
Yeah, no, they've been waiting a long time for it. I did an interview about this earlier in the show, and it was one of those things that immediately made me just skyrocketed my list of games to play. Like, I'm really, really excited about what they showed off.
We're joined by a couple of friends from Warhorse
Welcome,
Studios.
congratulations.
Thank you, thank you. It's an honor, privilege. I am flabbergasted.
Hey, nice to be back again. Hello, everyone, and thank you for the prize.
Yeah. Obviously, we're just saying fans are really, really excited about this. There's a diehard audience of KCD
I
fans
still love
out
his
there.
mustache.
Is there
and
anything you could say, just sort of,
so good.
I don't know, to tease them or
mine
anything
was
you'd like to say
that.
to them?
You've seen nothing yet.
Yeah, in like 2018,
Absolutely,
it was more that way.
it's bigger, it's better.
miss it.
We took everything the guys knows. I mean, you talked about the community. Everything you know from KCD1 will be so much more better in KCD2. And finally, that's the game we always wanted to make, and we're so happy that it has a prize already.
Now, you've done a lot of research for this game. You have a dedicated historian on staff. I'm always fascinated by the things that people think history was like versus how they actually were. Is there anything you came across while making the game that jumped out as like, oh, I always thought it was something else, and then put the accurate version in the game?
Well, there's so many things. It's hard to pick one. In general, people have really this preconception. Middle Ages were this like dark period of superstition, dirt, overriding stench in dry
kinda
clothing
true.
and so on. Actually, it was really kind of a merry period, very colorful clothing with people who were
less black
really
clothing and
enjoying their
drab.
lives.
Yeah, I mean, you say medieval, you say dark ages, and there's a certain doom and gloom that comes with that, but people, obviously, they kept living their lives and stuff, and it's a beautiful, beautiful, colorful game, which I really appreciate. And again, we see artifacts, relics, and things, and typically, like, I don't know, somebody's red shirt didn't really survive hundreds and hundreds of years, even if, like, the swords and the rocks in the castle did. Are there any details in this, the gameplay you showed off that you're particularly proud of, or you want people to pay close attention to?
I think the entire city of Kuttenberg, or Kuttner Horror, that we now added to the game is something to really talk about, because for one, it's really huge with hundreds of buildings, thousands of NPCs. It was definitely the biggest challenge we had creating that game, with all the people running around doing their business. So, and as Martin was saying, it was a rich city, so the wonderful buildings painted, rich people running around, having wonderful clothes showing off and so on, not the dark, bad teeth, muddy area people know from Hollywood, right?
And it's,
So-
go ahead.
I was just going to say that this is my first time. I'm very interested in this game. I've never played the first one. So is this a pretty good time for beginners to jump in?
Well, absolutely, absolutely. We put a real lot of effort to ease everyone's entry into the game. Doesn't really matter if you play the first game or not. You are really welcome to the world of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2.
Amazing.
No, I think a lot of people, they hear history and there's this sort of, oh, that's a textbook, but you guys have you got a sense of humor. You could get in some trouble in this game. Can you tease anything, any sort of new antics that players might get into?
I mean, the two of us were already crawling through the doo-doo, if you remember, so there's things going. It's a very humorous game. Of course, the overall setting, it's based on a real history, and it's dark and deep, and people are dying, of course, but then again, it's full of humor, fun stuff going around, interesting quests. All of them are unique, so people can really have a wonderful adventure in a place that really existed. So I think that is really cool, and there's something for everyone, I guess, to figure out there.
Yeah, and if you haven't seen it, the gameplay you guys showed off is phenomenal, and I love that there's a misconception that the Middle Ages were just, everything was poopy and yucky all the time. but also they did have open sewers, so let's go dig into there and see what's going on.
Well, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, best PC game. Very great achievement. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 hits PC as well as Xbox Series and PS5 on February 11th of next year, but right now it's break time. When we come back, the best announcement or trailer of Gamescom 24. Stick around.
Oh. Giant robot dude in the background dancing. Hey, Batman fan.
IGN has the most thorough. Anything you prefer. This curfews we've ordered. Just head.
This will be the last.
Welcome back to the Gamescom Awards Show, live on IGN. Gamescom's judges have done the hard work of weighing the competition and picking the winners, and we have the fun job of handing out the awards. Now, there have been a lot of exciting announcements and trailers at Gamescom this year, but which was the fairest of them all? Seb is waiting on the wings with our nominees. Seb?
Honestly, best trailer. There's been so many great trailers this year. So we decided to not read out all the nominees, right?
No nominees. No nominees. There is one clear winner.
Yeah, it's very, very clear this year. So the best trailer winner for Gamescom 2024 here today is Monster Hunter.
I knew they were gonna say Monster Hunter, and I was pretty annoyed.
Unfortunately, as we already said, they cannot be with us today. They're still chopping meat. They're still chopping meat.
Busy people.
So instead, we're gonna have a look
Have
at the
Dune or
wonderful trailer
something. I mean,
of
come on.
Noctria, the last song.
The Hound of War chases the scent, oblivious to the Master's leash. True balance lies beyond the edge of a blade. Do not take free will for granted. I know I did.
Looks familiar.
A thousand words and tales worn as medals avail naught for a hero's self-proclaimed. And what of you, trespasser? Have you come to
Oh, that's why it looks familiar. Oh, okay, yeah. This is from like last year. I saw some stuff on this. The mask that he's wearing is what I remember. And he like ripped off the face. No, not even last year. It was probably like 5 months ago.
This day?
Yeah, he like ripped the face off of like one character and shoved it on his. It was like the king or whatever.
There is so many great booths here at the show floor. Have you had time to check them all out?
I have been all around, and there are so many great booths.
It's just crazy, but we had to agree on one that is the best. And the best show floor winner 2024 here at Gamescom is Microsoft, Xbox, Bethesda, and Blizzard!
Woo!
Welcome to the stage, Maxi and Jennifer. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you.
How does it feel? I mean, the booth is amazing. Goes without saying, but I mean...
It's amazing. It's taken a lot of people, a lot of time, and some great game studios to bring this to the community. We're so excited. Thank you.
They
We're
booing?
very
What
happy
are they
for
saying?
you. Let's talk a little bit more about that booth and how it came together in the studio.
Oh yeah,
Head over, head over.
Okay,
Thank you very much, and congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, Microsoft promised that this year would be its biggest showing yet, and sure enough, the Xbox, Bethesda, and Blizzard booth is massive, taking up a large chunk of Hall 7 here. But it's not just big, it's also basically a game itself. Attendees earn tokens by checking out the various demos and interactive experiences, which they can exchange for prizes from gacha machines. It's practically a carnival. There's even a Warcraft ride, like a 4D Warcraft experience.
It's incredible. I mean, I've been covering video game conventions for 15 years now, and I've never seen anything like the Xbox booth this year.
Yeah, I mean, can we talk about the 4D ride? This is a crazy setup that we have here at Gamescom.
Welcome, we have friends from Xbox here. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
See what
I need to know, how does something like...
There was something I was wondering, is if, like, throughout the days, they have different languages for each trailer to go out, or is it throughout time during those days? Like, well, the German version of this Indiana Jones, like, preview thing will have the English version, we'll have, like, the French version, you know.
Like this come together? When
That'd be
did
really
the first
interesting.
conversation start? Is it all based around all of you taking turns, pitching the craziest thing possible and saying, can we make it happen?
You know, we start talking at Gamescom this year about Gamescom next year and what we can do. And really, it's bringing all of the different teams together, talking to all the game studios, and putting that magic all together. It takes about a good 9-10 months to deliver something as awesome as what we've got this year.
Now, you could have just brought in a actual size Doom guy, right? 6'2" or something like that. Yeah, something like that. Instead, he's like 3 or 4 times that. It's massive. He's got the new fur from the new game and stuff like that. How does something like that even go into the door, and whose house does it go to when the show's over?
Everyone wants to know that.
That's right,
you know,
I forgot there
the
was a
folks
new
at
Doom game
Bethesda
coming out.
have been
I'm
working with
excited.
some awesome creators.
Still need to beat Eternal
and put
now that I
that
think about
together
it.
Just for this show. I don't know.
I said I was gonna play it and then
afterwards,
forgot it
they'll be
existed.
taking it out to other areas, but many people already want it in their living room.
Yeah,
so.
me included. I want one.
You can take it apart. Everybody gets a different body part.
there you
Just,
go.
know, be the centerpiece. Put it on your mantle.
Yep, there you go.
Oh, Adamfall. That's
So for people who are at the show, let us know, what are some of the highlights of the booth that they may want to check out?
Maxie, you tell them.
So we're ready. We're not small.
Yeah. No, we're here.
We can do
We're
it.
doing it live.
And so we have over 50 titles that you can play with hands-on, and including like Doom Guy or Sea of Thieves, we have some more experience, which is 60 in total, which is quite good. I would say the highlights are the ones that coming out this holiday. So you definitely have Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, Starfield Shattered Space. We have from the Xbox Game Studios Age of Mythology, strategy games like Our History Untold. But the really cool thing is from the World of Warcraft team. They have built an AR experience, VR experience with MetaQuest, and you're riding on a chair with wind in your hair, and then it even rhymes. And then and then you get to experience for 4 minutes a griffin flight that attacks Dalaran, and it really feels like it. So that's really cool.
Yeah, it's like a little theme park over there. It's fantastic.
Wonderland.
Yeah. It's a wonderland.
Very cool.
So I want to ask, because we do have the Gamescom Going
think
Green
that-
initiative,
yeah,
and
I was
do
gonna
see
say, I'm
some
pretty sure
returning
that's an
pieces
Elder
from
Scroll,
last
and
year.
then-
What is it like incorporating even more pieces and reusing some of the materials?
I
we
always
had
thought
from the
about
last year?
making one.
I think there are some things we also reuse. I got told the vault door that we have for Fallout is, I think, even from 2018.
Oh, wow.
Right? It's a real vault door.
Yeah, no, we really work with all of the different teams. There's so many great props. There's so many great things for a lot of broadcasts, a lot of events. The Bethesda team, especially Elder Scrolls online. It's the 10th anniversary, so they have a lot of great things that they bring out. And really, you know, while it's the Xbox booth, it's all of the games that are in it that really bring the color and really bring the flavor and bring all the communities together. We hope that we're just the glue, but they're the ones that really bring those pieces that make it what it is.
Well, it is a very cool booth this year, so congratulations again.
Thank you so much. Yay.
All right, if you're here at Gamescom and haven't checked out Xbox's booth, you're missing out. It's at the far end of the hall we're currently in, Hall 7, all the way back there. Don't go quite yet because we still have one more award to hand out right after this quick break. Stick around.
And I'm gonna go get food. And end the stream, then get food, I should say. I'm starving.
The average Cinefix movie list, Alex.
And IGN, trusted by Myth Interactive.
The Batman fan got it. I'm so excited for them.
Welcome back to the 2024 Gamescom Awards
So
show
good.
presented by IGN. Up next is the Heart of Gaming Award. Now, any Gamescom highlight is eligible for this special
makes me
award.
so
Not only
happy.
games, add-ons, and technologies, but also people, institutions, companies, concepts, or terms. Let's check in with our friends on the stage to learn about the winner of the 2024
hi, green
Gamescom
screen.
Heart of Gaming Award.
Heart of Gaming. It means a lot to a lot of people, and there's so many great concepts here at Gamescom, so many friends, families, communities, and ideas that bring us together as a community of gamers and cosplayers and entertainment fans. And I think there's one idea and one theme that is more
I just noticed
important
that
than
guy's a
ever,
lefty.
and that's also the winner for Heart of Gaming this year here at Gamescom 2024. And I want some noise for that winner right now because it's Games Protect Democracy. Here's
Helldivers
Felix.
and all the other
Congratulations.
ones.
Can you go a little bit more into detail? What does Games Protect Democracy mean?
It's really fantastic, this award, and it's not for me, of course, but it's for all the developers who create fantastic games and make a change with these games for democracy in this special case. So I think
Yeah.
at Gamescom we've seen so many
like Spec Ops Line and all
creativity and
that
so many
stuff.
great projects. Also, institutions like the United Nations, they work with games, and I think that's a great signal because their potential is really big to make the world bigger and to make a change. So that's a fantastic award this year.
And it matters more than ever. Talk a little bit more about what it means. Games Protect Democracy in the studio with our folks in the studio. Let's head over. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Okay, Games Protect Democracy, winner of the Heart of Gaming winner, and I believe our guests will be in here in just a moment to elaborate a little bit, but I do know that I'm a big fan of democracy.
Yeah, definitely. And it's, you know, it's an important thing to protect these days. The Heart of Gaming Award is always kind of tricky because, again, it can be literally anything.
Yeah.
We don't find out until the last minute, so it's always cool to find out.
Hello, welcome.
Welcome.
Hello, and Felix, welcome.
Hello, welcome.
Yeah,
welcome. Nice to be here.
Are you gonna like
Thank you.
pull the camera out? Like, what are we doing
obviously
here?
you're a game developer working on games with this topic. So can you give
There
a
we go.
specific example of what one of these might be?
Yeah, I mean, you might have seen Hidden Codes during the opening ceremony, but I want to give a more up-to-date topic. Like, we are working on a game together with an initiative from Berlin called Kia, and it's about tolerance. Like, what's my own tolerance? What do I have to tolerate? What do I don't have to tolerate? And it's basically about
Still no closed
reflecting the
caption.
world, how it is right now, and how we want it to be.
Now, why is cooperation with an institution so important?
I mean, we're at Playing History, we are the experts for games, for making games, but we don't have the expertise of the topic. So we need our cooperation partners to work together, find out what kind of mechanics work for these topics they are the experts of. And it's very crucial for us to work together as a team and respect each other's expertise.
Do you have any recommendations for other devs if they want to produce games with this topic?
Yeah, know what you're doing and know your topic. And if you don't know your topic, find people that know your topic. Play the games with people that know the topic and also with people that don't know the topic, just to make sure that there's nothing that's kind of irritating for
Lost
those
in
people.
translation.
Are there any resources that you could share with developers, like any websites or any partners that you could recommend to them?
Oh, that's very unspecific. If there are questions, just ask us. We're free to answer any questions. Look at our website, Playing History, and just talk to us.
I can tell you.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe that's a question for me because I'm from the association, so we overlook the whole industry, and it's a real trend we see right now, also here at Gamescom, but in our times that so many developers want to make a change. And of course, it's the biggest entertainment product, but it's also, so many developers feel the responsibility to do something because, our times are challenging for democracy, for society. So we know how big the potential, how big the changes games can make. So it's a trend that we see so many studios, and you just go on Steam, just look for democracy. You will find many examples, and I think that's the way to go. Just look what others do and put your ideas there and be creative and make a change to the world.
Very cool. One last question, Felix. How has Gamescom been this year?
Oh, fantastic. It's again the biggest festival of the world for the gaming culture, and that's what makes us really proud to be able to build this stage, but we couldn't do it without all these fantastic partners and with all the companies putting so much work, all the teams putting so much work into this, and of course without the fans. I mean, just all the cosplay, everybody preparing for Gamescom, waiting for it for a month, and also remembering Gamescom opening night live, not only this, but also Gamescom Studio and everyone. Millions in the world are tuning in, and I think that's a strong signal coming out of Gamescom this year again.
Very cool. Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations again. Ladies and gentlemen, that just about wraps us up for the 2024 Gamescom Awards Show, as well as our live coverage of Gamescom this year. Thank you to the hundreds of thousands of you who tuned in all week long, as well as everyone right here on the Gamescom show floor. If you missed any of our coverage this week, be sure to check out IGN.com, IGN's YouTube, IGN's social media channels. Reminder that up next for Gamescom is Gamescom Asia, taking place in Singapore, October 17th to the 20th. Tickets are on sale now, plus Gamescom LATAM will return to Brazil in 2025. And of course, Gamescom will be back here in Cologne, Germany, next August. Gamescom truly is an incredible worldwide spectacle. But for now, thank you for joining us from everyone here at IGN, on camera, behind the scenes. It's been an honor bringing you Gamescom once again this year. We'll see you again in 2025.
All right. That's pretty good. And then tomorrow we'll hit up the last stuff that we must have missed. There's a couple things, like I said, Borderlands. There was apparently some stuff about the new Borderlands, and somehow we didn't see it. So we'll check out, we'll skim through a couple things where we can watch all that. And that'll be fun together. That should only take probably an hour or less, and then we'll play something. I'll figure it out. All right, that's going to be it for us. Hope you had a great time. I know I did. Thank you once again to Aiden Mola for that follow. Welcome to Mobile Infantry Trooper. Now you're one of us. Let's get to that dad wisdom. Alright, dad wisdom for today. May all your trips this year, both drug and gas fueled, be amazing. And for today's Uncle Shenanigans, remember, it's always valid to marry old people for a side income. There's nothing wrong with being someone's sugar baby, if that's what you need to do to survive. Have a great evening. It's been Beard. Later.